It all comes down to this final day of the LCQ playoffs. 16 teams, one last shot, and only 8 spots left in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 2025. Myself, gonna be Necros alongside me. It's gonna be Arka joining me. But today will mark which 8 teams are gonna make it to the grand finals, while the other 8 teams are just waiting and watching them patiently.
Absolutely. This is when the things are going to get even more deeper when it comes to analysis, when it comes to strategies, because every single team out there know that they need to bring in their A game from the get-go itself. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better ending for the last chance qualifiers with so much of point difference, so less or a least point difference between the bottom team to the team which is going to qualify. That's the 8th spot. But I feel it's time for us to get some wings for ourselves and get ready for what's coming up next.
Exactly, and for you guys watching us live, you can also grab a can of Red Bull for yourselves, because today all the 6 matches that you will be witnessing live will be really entertaining, and we want you guys to stay hydrated and stay energetic as well.
It's good for us to say that here comes the storm. It's not just war, it's not just game, it's just a battle to the finish. I just hope to see that teams take things seriously from here on. We have the likes of Godlike who are trying to make a proper comeback. Yes, it looked like they were not taking this tournament that seriously, and all of a sudden they're looking like they want to get into the grand finals. Following up close is going to be LIKHITA Esports. It feels like they've found that missing puzzle in the overall equation, and they brought in a new player who's filling in the shoes of Gamla Boy perfectly. And so goes the same for other teams as well. But the shocker for all of us is REVENANT XSPARK at the bottom of the table. Hopes are still not lost, but I still do believe that they can make it into the top 8 if they bring in their A game.
Exactly, 8 spots are left, out of which we can say only 1 spot might have been confirmed by ALIBABA Raiders. They were the table toppers after playing 18 matches. They have scored around like 154 points. And we have seen the cutoff what happened previously in the upper brackets. 150 was the safer margin. And once you cross the 150 points marker, we can say, are you good to go to the grand finals? There's no doubt about it. But for the other teams, those who are lying behind, even from the 2nd spot till the 8th spot, I believe anything and everything is possible.
Absolutely. Now, we all know what the points table looks like. If you have not seen the points table recently, head on to our socials because very soon we'll be heading into the first map of the day. We do not want to make you guys wait anymore. We know that you guys are waiting for some entertainment, and that is what Sky Sports are always been giving you. And I believe, Necros, before we head into the map of Erangel, it's time for us to place our bets. Who do you think is going to grab away the first Erangel? Because it's a very crucial one for the teams on the bottom of the table.
Exactly, but if you ask me, Arka, I would definitely go with Team Versatile. They have been really good in the map of Erangels. Yes, the Sanhoks, the Miramars have been a little bit dicey, but I feel in this last 6 games, out of which 3 Erangels are there, Team Versatile, they will look forward to get the most out of it.
Somewhere I feel it's either 8-bit or that of REVENANT XSPARK, because both these teams do know how to make a comeback. Both of teams are well experienced. They placed themselves in such situation, proven to us that they are not the team to be thrown out of that box. So let me see whether these 2 teams can actually make a comeback, because one good game for 8-bit, they'll have a golden ticket, and from here on the start to the end is going to be very crucial for the side of REVENANT XSPARK.
Exactly, all 6 games will be really important for all the 16 teams. But right now, as we head on to the very first match of the day, Erangel, it is going to be a classic map, a very important map for all the teams, those who want a great start. Let's see where it takes us as we dive into the flight path, which is starting from the northeastern side of Severny and will be ending in the western part of the Sosnovka military base. It's a very decent flight path, if you ask me, which will help all the teams to reach their respective drop locations without any hindrances.
Couldn't have asked for a better flight path, Necros, for this last day, because the drop clashes which we have been witnessing from day one, will it going to continue, or will Venom Gaming try to show us that they are not the team to underestimate? Because they always tend to go in for the fights. They've always stuck onto their strategy that our firepower is our way into the grand finals. Yes, they might be in the bottom of the table. 2 straight chicken dinners can also bring them back into the fray.
Exactly, there's no doubt about it. We also look forward to a lot of teams Original gangsters, they have faced a lot of problems, hiccups, ups and downs. They were in the top 8 for such a long time. Yesterday's matches haven't been that great. They will be looking forward to also jump in and pile up some points. But that contention which is happening around the areas of Yasna and Polian, I'm really concerned about it. 3 teams out there, while Venom Gaming, they are sitting in the bottom of the overall standings. Just imagine a team which has got such an immense gun power not able to gain points in every other match that they are playing just because they're taking so many drop clashes in the earlier phase of the game.
Now, the interesting part is more than one team towards that Yasnaya region, right? Because I never expected AR to be going over there. They've got a really good footing in the overall standing. All they have to do is try to keep themselves calm. And Venom Gaming out of nowhere, once they've seen more than 4 shoots coming down at Yasnaya, they were clever enough to evade from that fight. But where will they head on to? With the circle forming up somewhere towards the Rozok region, a very beautiful twist in the tail, because godlike, now they're going to be gifted with many circles, and let us see how much of finishes they can rake up.
This is a very interesting circle. Even RIVALRYXNRI, they will be benefiting so much out of it. So we do see them going on the northwestern side around the areas of Zaki and the outer compounds of Georgopol, North City. So this is a really good split for them. Even when we just talk about RIVALRYXNRI, they have been really consistent. They are sitting in the 8th position so far with scoring 100 points, out of which they have got 58 finishes, 42 placement points. RIVALRYXNRI, they will be looking forward to reap benefits out of this circle as much as possible, because you don't get circles like this often. So once you get it in your favor, around your drop location, around your home turf, you tend to find you will look forward to finding a lot more points. But talking about the other teams, VXT, a team on which I've put up my bets on. Let's see how they try to change the tides for themselves.
Absolutely. Look at what 4 Miracles are doing. They have chosen violence for today, because an average of 5 is what this team is also looking at. And I think it's very, very easy for them, man, because they know to change the tides. They know when to go aggressive. They know when to go defensive. And they understand how to take the fight, because we have seen them fall back from fights, come in from a different angle, try to execute a beautiful assault, and be successful in it as well. So for Miracle, getting that early 1 finish is a good start for the day.
Really important for them how they are starting the day with, how they would want to end it. But for you guys, those have showed us a lot of love and helped us reach the 800k subscribers marker, we have announced the 10 giveaway, the RP winners yesterday. And now your next milestone will be helping us reach the 850k subscribers marker. As soon as we hit the 850k subscribers, we will be giving away 20 royal passes as well. So don't miss out on this opportunity, and make sure that you subscribe to Skyesports YouTube channel as well. But again, jumping back in the game, it's going to be IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK having almost the eastern side of the Yasna Poliana. Though we do see the players of Venom Gaming still out there, they haven't given up on their drop. They need to be really very cautious. One bad move and they might just lose one of their players, because you can see how long the split is from their end.
Revenant XSPARK, do they have an idea that in a close vicinity is the side of Venom Gaming? The slithering snakes of the lobby still waiting to strike the side of Revenant XSPARK, trying to snatch away the thunder from this team. Have not seen this wolves howling in a long time now, and the fans are waiting to see that, my friend. The fans are like, you know what, Revenant XSPARK, the champion team who had 2 back-to-back official trophies in their cabinet, and after which all of a sudden comes the year 2025 and they've started to go at a back foot. But sometimes it's important for the fans to understand that if a tiger take 2 steps back, it's not like it's stepping away from a battle. Probably it's getting ready to pounce on the enemy and take them down completely.
Exactly. That's always been an approach for the top teams. Those have been aggressive, but right now, even that kind of approach has to happen from the undergods, those who have made it this far. Original Gangsters, we have seen their potential, we have seen how they can perform. The precise needs of Biswaroop to those beautiful clutches of Goblin. MVP being the real MVP of the team, and Deep being that one beautiful support player that a team desires. Original Gangsters, they have what it takes to be one of those top 8 teams in the lobby. But right now, the road that they are on, it's really filled up with a lot of obstacles which they need to cross without losing any single player and without losing the momentum. Only then they can just qualify and play the grand finals of this tournament. Even for IQOO 8-bit, the kind of comeback that they have shown yesterday was something that we need to appreciate a lot.
IQOOSOUL, another team, another champion team in the making is what I would like to call them. Yes, they were champions at one given point of time, but after a lot of roster shuffles, they had lost their way. They lost their path. And now bringing back Goblin into this team, it seems like this team is turned out to be another beast altogether. A more refined form, if you ask me. And interestingly, Manya did give to us the difference between Goblin and S-Power. And what did he feel as an entry fragger? What did he see the difference? And which helped him out a lot. In the current given scenario, he says that the better choice for him is obviously Goblin, because this man has no brakes. This man has no fear. You tell him to rush in a moment, he blindly goes ahead and delivers for you. Even though the success rate is questionable, keeping the circumstances and scenario in mind. Whereas S-Power, this man, is always thinks twice. Even when given a call, he analyzes the situation and then he says to his teammates whether it's required for them to push or not. A very mature approach to this team. And both these points are debatable in their own way. But I do believe, by the looks of it, IQOOSOUL, Goblin given to them at this point of time is a blessing in disguise, because they needed that entry fragger who could give them that opening. And given that opening, IQOOSOUL is going to be an unstoppable force for sure.
We've seen it, right? So many roster shuffles, trying so many players, but nobody would fit in the way they wanted. But right now, it's going to be some different approach. Venom Gaming, they're taking up against IQOO, Orangutan, and Veron. Once again, will be the first player to go down. There is no doubt about it. Venom Gaming, they saw an opportunity and they pounced on it without even hesitating. And Veron, this man has been trying for such a long time, but he has been unable to perform the way his team desires him. And look at this, even Aru, he's stuck. He's stuck in a position where he doesn't want to be in, but aimbot, he gets taken down, and eventually Wizgod, he's trying to pull up some big strings around with the help of AKOP. But Zyrex, he has some different storylines to tell, and eventually Zyrex hops up. He gets another. That's going to be 2-2. Venom Gaming, they might just lose 2 of their crucial players, but they have got the retaliations right.
2 points, 2 points. Just 2 points is what OGs have got for themselves. And with such a big casualty, I don't know whether Aru will look forward for any kind of position points, or he's still going to stay a little aggressive to maintain that momentum. And look at where they stand. OGs. Right now, they're at the 14th position. They've got 80 points in the pocket. They needed a 20-pointer to make sure they enter into that top 8 bracket. REVENANT XSPARK. Banana gets taken down. And all of this fight is happening from a distance. AR gets in closer. They see another player. Pro OP. Making the impossible happen. Takes down 2 players over here. And I do believe that it's going to be more than enough for them to bring a lot of pressure over the last man standing, Mango. He needs to be careful. A 1v3 scenario. He'll have to step up. And I don't think so it's going to be easy.
The way IQOO, REVENANT XSPARK, they're getting taken down left, right, and center. It's really concerning. But right now, Mango, he's been one of the most crucial players. But for him to clutch this situation, it's really tough. Alibaba Raiders, they don't even care about whether they lose here or not, because they're sitting on the top of the table with crossing over 150 points. Even if they lose an early fight, that won't bother them much. But IQOO, REVENANT XSPARK, they were sitting in the smacks bottom
nice,
of
Mango.
the table, but Pro OP, he never expected Mango to jump out of the window, and that's a surprise altogether.
A surprise attack done perfectly. It seems like the surgical strike is on, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant XSPARK. Mango, another star in the making. He's getting prepared. He's closely following those footsteps, and some precise shots also been taken from him. The more he stays near the window, the more he's going to get into trouble, because two of the players can jump in from different directions and take him down. And I believe that Alibaba Raiders, that's going to be their primary agenda right now. Staying very close to the door, trying to see whether he can take down another player, making sure they do not unpin a grenade. He's going to be shot at. Mango needs to fall back, needs to be careful. JD Gaming doesn't miss much, but he does this time around. And Mango is trying to do his best to survive. Puts down another player, very low on HP. Just 1 HP is what Mango has got. JD is trying to do his best. Make sure he puts that final nail in the coffin, but he's been failing continuously. 5 bullets is what Mango has got for himself. And a small pause in this battle, ladies and gentlemen. Mango trying to do his best. He's got to heal himself. He'll have to change his position. No throwables whatsoever. A grenade or a Molotov is what he required very, very badly. On the other side, Alibaba Raiders, they're trying to make it 2-man squad yet again. A push is going to be inevitable. More shots is going to be taken, ladies and gentlemen. Can he clutch this out?
Look at this situation. Mango against the world. He has been really precise. He's got the breathing time for himself as well. But Murnox, he's still not got the revival. JD Gaming, he doesn't want to fumble right here. Alibaba Raiders, they've converted a really good play. They've converted a really good fight. But right now, 1 nade is what Mango has. He needs to be really precise. He does have an idea where are the players right now. But Murnox, he will be getting a quick revival. And eventually, Mango, he tries to reposition himself just in the building beside it.
A valiant effort coming in from the side of Mango. What a moment it was for him to clutch it out. Yes, the wise decision is to fall back from a fight. And I've been telling this before. Just because you fall back from a fight doesn't make you a coward. Because it's another tactic. It's another strategy you're trying to build up. And let's see whether that's going to come out true for their squad. But again, Genesis Shadow is going to get taken down by the hands of BLITZ Dronza.
BLITZ Esports starting something off on a really good note. They do need some points out there. They're still sitting in the top 4. There's no doubt about it that they are in a comfortable spot. But there's always a question mark whether or not you're going to qualify. So it's better to get as many points as possible in the moments that you get. But right now, Murnox and the company, they are still not over. They're trying to search for Mango, and this time they have an idea. JD Gaming goes up close and personal. Mango, not a single shot has been connected on this lad, but still, it's a 1v2. It's going to be a tough job for him once again, all to get the shots being fired. Now there's going to be a lot of sprays coming in, but one good shot can make the connection. But Murnox, he's just too good. And that's going to be the end for IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK. The efforts were 100% right, but the numbers disadvantages were Alibaba Raiders. They will be shining high, and they will be eradicating them from the map of Erangel.
What a game it has been for the side of Mango, and I wonder why he was going for the jump shots where there was another window behind him. The success to his fights were always that he kept changing his position, and that was helping out for him every single time. But this time around, he did stick to that fight with a man disadvantage, as you correctly pointed out. He gets taken down, and a perfect execution coming in from the side of Alibaba Raiders. You know, JD, even though he's really good in a frontline battle, he just made sure that retaining his teammate is a wiser decision. If not for this fight, for the rest of the game, it is a wiser decision. And I believe that they're going to reap benefits out of it.
Let's just see how it turns out, because now the next circle will be really challenging. And look at the circle. It's the northwestern shift, in which you do see God's Reign sitting in the smack center of the circle alongside RIVALRYXNRI and Hero Extreme GODLIKE. So one thing about Hero Extreme GODLIKE, whenever we have seen a northern or northwestern circle, Hero Extreme GODLIKE have performed drastically well in compared to any other circles around the map of Erangel. But right now they have a lot more challenges to deal with. When Gaming coming up from behind can be those prime targets for the likes of Hero Extreme GODLIKE to pounce on.
Absolutely, Kyoya completely healed, completely boosted. Do understand that he needs to grab all the attention away from his teammates who are very low on HP. And he's been successful with that. More shots are going to be taken against him because again they're going to be walking into another vicinity as Punk is right in front of them. Where will they land themselves? This is a very big open ground. They'll have to look out for a ridge from behind which they can play. And I believe that Fierce has found that proper cushioning place.
Oh, look at the fights happening already. Forever Esports, they've got some of the openings. Lucifer's round 3. Reaper is going to be the last player surviving. The final shots will be connected for Miracle. Definitely not a great start. That was what they wanted, but Forever Esports, they have 5 finishes to work out with and not even a single casualty that they have dealt. Yes, about 1,000 meters is what they have to travel to enter the circle, but for now, Forever Esports, the way they're locking horns against the mighty teams on the top of the table, they're looking really, really confident, but original gangsters, they have a different storyline to cover up.
Absolutely, shots being taken against them and the fallback is going to be inevitable for the side of Forever. They do understand that it's going to be hard for them to revive their teammates. They're just going to let him bleed and get squashed off. As the rest of the teams will now traverse around, they've got a healthy 5-pointer. All they have to do is convert 5 more points just to be on that safe spot. Look at the esports on the other end. Go in to one corner of a circle where they have a flight which is completely shredded and a hard cover to play with. But I think GODLIKE is heading their way.
The circle is going to be really interesting because
challenging.
It's way too in the open. Yeah, challenging as well because it's way too in the open grounds. You have some couple of ridges to play along, and when it comes down to those ridges parts, we have to see who survives the most and who survives for the longest period of time, because you do see God's Reign having such a beautiful split. You see Delta PG on one end, you see the other players in a different area. So the split that God's Reign are playing, it's really magnificent. If they can convert a lot of finishes, I won't be even surprised. And eventually, when you just talk about Venom has been knocked out and Zyrex is all that he's left alone from this team side. The nades are being tossed up. The position is kind of compromised. Delta PG knows exactly what he has to do, but the nades won't make those perfect connections. But Zyrex is getting shots from behind as well.
Now this grenade, can he do the deed? And yet, yes, it does, as Delta PG is going to be registering his second finish. And look at the crossfire coming in from the side of Destro. He made sure that he was the eyes for Delta, and that is why he let go of his prime position. And with the job already done, now it's important for them to play it a little bit safer. JDR. It's going to be Destro, Apple, and Delta PG.
A big responsibility on their shoulder. Like, when you're sitting in the dead center of the circle, Arka, we have seen that how much attention do you grab from all the teams around. Everybody will be having their eyes on those incredible spots from where they can reap the benefits. And God's Reign, they have the control of the most of those areas inside the circle. But also, the next circle shift will be really something that we need to watch out for. Where is it going to head? Will it be heading towards the northern side? Or will it be in the eastern side? But it seems like the circle has decided to go up north, and still, it's still in the wait. It's way too in the open yards where you will see a lot of teams still trying to figure out where they should settle down. And right now, IQOOSOUL, eventually they are also rotating quickly, trying to figure out where they should just hold on to the grounds, because they are in the eastern part of the circle. There are so many teams around the corner who are looking forward to get some finishes. Even Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, they are really, really nearby to the likes of IQOOSOUL. We've seen this battle happen throughout this entire Skyesports Championship so far. These two Goliaths, they have collided for multiple times, and the results have been really not consistent for either of the ends. But this time we'll have to see how things are going to turn up. Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, Punk have made a statement that he's looking forward to make a comeback. And Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, they have performed in such a manner that they have bounced from the 13th or 14th spot to the 11th spot. Yes, not a really big jump, but a jump is a jump for them.
88 points is what they've got so far. And they might have to end up getting a chicken dinner with ample amount of finishes to make sure that they get into the top 8 of this overall standing. Goblin, Knuckle and Gokul, the three assaulters for the team. They're making sure to keep any other team trying to come from this circle at bay. Jonathan, from a distance, he knows nobody's there to backstab him from that shooting range reason, and that's why he's trying to come in from a different angle, trying to taunt the enemies, making sure that they make one or two mistakes from which they can pounce on.
Oh yeah. But Alibaba Raiders, they're just literally hunting down the players. But VXT Raiden and the company will be chiming in as Power brings up the opening. JD has been put down, no doubt about it. VXT, they might have lost one of their brilliant players, which is also known as the octopus of the team. Aquanox, he's been taken down, but still there are so many beautiful players out there. Power and Raiden, they have been really consistent with their performance. This is a day where you would look forward to shine the brightest. And for now, there are so many teams trying to figure out where they should settle, where they should stand. But right now, in front of VXT, it's going to be IQOO 8-bit, and they need one good opening in order to pounce on them.
Everybody wants to get that ridge from where 8-bit is right now firing from, because they know that that's kind of the center of the circle, or that's the corner from where they can actually take the fights. And that is what Somraj has told his Power. Let's head on, take this fight, because we might have to get this vicinity for ourselves. And closely, we'll be able to see someone come in, some vulture scoop in to get the third party scenario into their favor. With the circle shifting away from all these teams, now we'll have to wait and watch what the scenario is going to turn around and give us entertainment. Because at the epicenter of the circle, we have got the side of BLITZ.
Even in the southern end, you have got God's Reign, but right now in the northern command, you do see these two collides taking up against each other. LIKHITA Esports, Hero Extreme, Godlike. That will be a really interesting fight to watch out for. But right now, you do see Genesis trying to move in the smack center of the circle. I'm not sure what this call is going to be, because it's way too in the open yards. You need a lot more smoke covers. And now, God's Reign, they will be looking forward to utilize these spots to reap benefits and find finishes. This was not a great move coming up from the side of Genesis, in my opinion. They're in the smack center and they are way too in the open. I wonder how many smokes can they invest for such a long time to survive and find finishes. They have lost one of their key players, Gamla Boy, right now. And Destro will not even think twice to go all up against the likes of Genesis. And now look at the shots being fired. Even Apollo, he's barely surviving out there.
Absolutely, another artillery strike is in its way, because right now the only team who have got a perfect footing in this circle has to be GDR and BLITZ. Even though BLITZ have a man disadvantage, they need to be careful. We were speaking about the scenario which is going to occur at any given point of time. That's got to be Ellie versus Godlike, because Godlike, they've kept their eyes on Ellie for a brief period of time now. And guess what? Fierce is going to be heading towards the side of IQOOSOUL, and that could be a little bit of a problematic situation, because LIKHITA Esports are just a patty in the sandwich with both the sides. Big bulls are trying to lock ons.
LIKHITA Esports, they would pray to their gods to escape from this spot, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they've decided to pounce in. But in the meantime, even VXT, they're engaging themselves in some fight. It seems like Raiden has been put down, but right now Fierce, he's just hovering around to find some and gather some information for his team to where they should head next. But the question is, what is gonna happen? Admino is trying to take some good shots on the likes of IQOOSOUL. The players are there, but LIKHITA Esports now, they're also aware of Admino's position, while Hero Extreme Godlike, the 2-2 split that they're adapting to, it should give them and reap some benefits for their side as they're trying to enter and play through the edges. They will wait for the likes of IQOOSOUL and LIKHITA Esports to come in, and then they would like to gatekeep them. But the scenario says, how are they gonna survive the shots coming up from the circle side? Because there will be Genesis, there will be BLITZ trying to pounce on them and find the finishes.
Now this is where a phenomenal rotation comes in from the side of LE. Evading from the fights between IQOOSOUL and Godlike, they run far away, and from there they start their assault. And look at what happens. Immediately they put down Goblin and finish him off, as Admino and Jonathan are trying to do their best to take care of the rest of the IQOOSOUL. Mania gets taken down with a beautiful grenade being connected by the side of Punk.
Oh, Admino, he's been knocked out as well. There are so many third parties coming up from behind. Admino will be confirming Knuckle, and Gokul will be confirmed by Punk itself. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got 3 finishes in their bag, but they've got a rescue mission to cover up. Admino and Jonathan Both of them have been knocked out and need a quick revival. While you talk about the other perspective, BLITZ Esports, they are facing constantly so many barrages on them, which is going to be raising a lot of concerns because they need to survive. Genesis, I wonder how still they are surviving. That position is still not really a great spot to be in, but they are finding benefits, they are finding knockouts, and that's what matters the most for them.
Kyoya gets taken down. Godlike. Now they've set their eyes on the side of Ellie. Look at Pukar's location. He wants to maintain the high ground to make sure that he gives information to his teammates. But it's a very risky situation he's caught himself in. He sees the players. He puts down Admino for sure. And will he get that confirmation? I don't think so. It's going to be easy for him because retaliation is going to come in from the other side. But he was clever enough to put another player down. Godlike. Looks like they're going to be handicapped from this situation. The confirmations are going to be so much more crucial. He gets one more point for his team. Fears and Pukar are the two men standing. The last two men for the side of LIKHITA Esports.
Admina is going to bleed out and Simp is going to be the final player. I'm not sure, but Pukar does have an idea that yes, the last player is surviving that position. He has to be the flag bearer. But right now, BLITZ Starsler has been taken down. Jonathan is also surviving, my bad. But look at the nade making those connections. BLITZ Esports, they will be completely wiped out. East to Y was the last player and Jonathan gets the confirmation. We're down to the Red Bull standoff mode where we have 4 teams contesting for the winner chicken, and out of which God's Reign, they have a really great position to work out with. But eventually, you talk about Genesis Esports, they will be also looking forward to intercept the likes of Jonathan where he's heading towards right now.
The two gods are still in the lobby. Jonathan trying to do his best, making sure that the grenade lands perfectly. Justin on the other side has a vague idea where Johnny might be. He's trying to toss in a grenade, but Genesis Apollo, look at his position between the rock and a hard cover, trying to make sure that he picks up frags. Apollo's got an opportunity to finish off Jonathan, get a point for himself, but I believe he's looking at the bigger picture. The top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and Genesis location finally is going to be compromised, and it comes down to 2 players, 2 teams. That's going to be God's Reign versus Godlike, and there's no chance God's Reign is going to let them breathe as they snatch the first chicken dinner like always. It's going to be God's Reign putting their hands on the golden ticket, and they might be walking away with it with ease.
Delta PG once again having 7 finishes for his name. Total of 13 finishes is what God's Reign they have conceded for themselves, what they've accomplished for themselves. What a beautiful start to the day. 13 finishes, 10 placement points, a 23-pointer game for the likes of God's Reign to kick things off in the final day of LCQ, where we were raising questions whether which team will be solidifying their spot in the top 8. I believe with this match, God's Reign, they're good to go for the grand finals.
Absolutely, and what a phenomenal gameplay they've shown. They're the only team who actually prioritized that circle and made sure they have a ridge to play with, a bit of a high ground also with it, and a small hard covers with the rocks. So they were kind of sorted. And for the rest of the teams, they had to fight their way to the center. I was also impressed by that of Genesis with Apollo trying to survive for the top 3, even though he was the center of attraction for all the action which was taking place around the circle.
With this Red Bull replay, we can have an idea what happened. Delta PG spoiled the dreams of BLITZ Esports, Dazzler being picked off, then the nade came into the picture, but the final nail in the coffin was put by Hero Extreme Godlike's Jonathan, but at the end, even Simp and Jonathan's position was compromised. And just look at it, Jonathan he just came in the line of fire and eventually got picked off by Destro. Otherwise, he was trying to put some problems for the likes of God's Reign, but at the very end, the numbers advantage always plays the better card, and once again, that has been fruitful for them. And it seems like we've got some news from the side of God's Reign that today we will be getting to know who is actually Apple.
Now that's an other announcement altogether, but Godlike is here to make another announcement that we are taking this seriously. They come into the top 2 at such a spot where they were peppered down by IQOOSOUL. They were trying to take fights with LIKHITA Esports, but still they were able to survive with just 2 men inside the circle. They were able to bring in such an assault that they not only have good position points but also finish points. And with the points table coming up, there's going to be more fans rejoicing to see where their teams are standing right now.
Yeah, the overall standings, as we have mentioned earlier, every team till down for the 14th spot does have a chance to make it up to the top 8. And with every match, the entire point standings will be turning upside down. But you know what? how the point standing is looking and which team has got so many points, we'll get to know right after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Skyesports Championship 2025. What a start it has been in the map of Erangel. The gods have shared the podium to make sure that they're here to make a statement. Yes, one amongst the gods is going to be leaping over bounds to make sure they're on the top of the table, and the other one catching up closely to make it into the top 8.
Exactly, this contention seems really nail-biting. And when you just talk about the gods, there are so many other teams who are still trying to chime in and solidify their spot. You talk about Genesis Esports, you talk about BLITZ, even LIKHITA Esports trying to put up some great show in order to be in the top 8 as well. And for sure, they need some wings for themselves to climb up the ladder. And for that, I really insist them to grab a can of Red Bull for themselves as well. And as we've mentioned, for you guys those who are watching us live, make sure to grab a can of Red Bull for yourself, because throughout the day you have to stay really energetic, because all the matches are already brewing up really high.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, once the points table comes up on our screens, we'll be able to understand how well teams have placed themselves in the top 8, because in case they have not done enough, there's going to be a different story altogether with the bottom teams trying to make it up. Yes, for now we'll be looking at the MVP of the game. It's going to be Delta PG with a big 7 finishes coming his way. Yesterday also we did see that one amongst the players of God's Reign did show us some brilliance, and this time around it's going to be Delta PG, a man who's coming back into his form, into his prime. That means the rest of the community, the rest of the players need to be careful with how they're going to strategize next.
Exactly. When you just talk about this, Delta PG coming in form has raised a lot of alarms to all the other teams that yes, God's Reign will be a tough team to deal with in the upcoming matches for sure. But when you talk about even a lot of individual plays have come up from the side of Justin, Apple stepping up, Destro finding finishes. Altogether, God's Reign have functioned as a well-oiled machine. But when you look onto the points that the teams have received from this match, 23 points is what God's Reign will be walking away. Alongside, if you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, they will be having 12 points for their side. The only 2 teams to reach the double-digit marker in this particular match. But when we look down in the other teams, Forever Esports have 8 points in total, 7 points for LIKHITA Esports and BLITZ, 6 points for Genesis. Alibaba Raiders will have 5, RIVALRYXNRI having 4, IQOO Orangutan with only 3, alongside Venom Gaming, as well as VXT, IQOO REVENANT XSPARK with 2 points. So far we can just say that a lot of big names haven't had a great start, like IQOOSOUL, REVENANT XSPARK, or even counting in OG as well.
Yes, these are the teams who are right next to the word disappointment, because they still have more matches to go. They can evade from that place. They can make sure that they have a very good game. But IQOOSOUL, with that disappointing performance, still able to maintain the 8th spot with 102 points, shows that they have their strategies set. 85 finish in comparison to just 7 possession points, completely relying on their firepower. They made it into the top 8. God's Reign, they're going to take the top spot with 96 finishes, with Alibaba Raiders already crossing the 100 pointer. I do believe that God's Reign is going to be the next team to do so.
They're just 4 finishes away, so that's where they would be heading towards. But followed by that, even when you talk about Forever Esports, they're also slowly and gradually solidifying their spot. But the main jump comes in the second chart. IQOO 8-bit, they're still sitting in the 100 points. And right now, followed by that, you have got Hero Extreme Godlike with 100 points. LIKHITA Esports in the 11th spot with a total of 93, tying alongside Original Gangsters. Genesis also coming up from behind with a total of 92 points on the board. IQOO Orangutan, they are lacking a little bit behind with 83 total points. So for IQOO Orangutan to make a jump, Arka, they need a chicken dinner just in the next match.
Yes, the same story goes for REVENANT XSPARK as well as Venom Gaming, because both these teams, they need a big game. If Venom Gaming doesn't do well in the upcoming games, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to qualify into the grand finals, because the difference has already crossed 40 points. And with no big games coming your way, I don't think so. With 4 to 5 games in your hand, it's going to be easy for you.
Exactly. The next is something that will be a testament for a lot of teams, those who are still trying and working hard to be in the top 8 and find their place in the top 8 spot. It's going to be a nail-biting battle. We've already got a little bit of trailer in the last map of Erangel itself, that how tough the battles are going to be, how important every battle, every fight is going to be for every team.
obviously right, Sky Championship, you cannot expect anything better than this, because every single time this tournament has occurred, it's make sure to give us some glimpse of brilliance. As ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for what's going to come up next, because this is going to be the map of Miramar. For teams under pressure, they will have to perform well to make themselves diamonds. If they shatter, then it's going to be a big disappointment. The flight path starting all the way from La Cobreria, ending somewhere between Minas, Del Sur and Partona. This flight path is just going to favor teams to the western side of the map. Nothing take away for the teams who will be heading towards the eastern side. It's just that they'll have to end up getting to the nearest spawn region, pick up those vehicles to head forward. But that is where the problem occurs. Teams who are on the western side, they look forward to either take down the birds in the sky, or they'll be looking forward to take down the players heading towards the spawn regions.
This is something that I really want to point out. So in the map of Miramar, we've seen the success rate of a lot of teams, which is quite high. They have performed drastically well. Talk about for Miracle Esports, you talk about VXT as well, and sometimes they have been in the top charts. But once again, teams those who haven't been able to perform will look forward to play it a little bit safer in the very early phase of the game and then try to go for those early fights. But it seems like IQOO, Rev and XSPARK, the fight, the early drop clashes never leaves them alone. And this time it's going to be Forever Esports up against which they are going right now in the northeastern part of the map, just in the eastern side of La Cobreria.
Asian, the Del Petro and the House of the Mafia. That is where we have seen a lot of action take place, and it seems like we're going to be rewarded with some more, because two teams in a very close vicinity has already got into a fight. JD gets taken down with Altu's shotgun, and immediately Eggy is also going to be confirming Zyrax as well. Venom Gaming, they jump down with just 3 men, and I can see 2 casualties already, and with one more player lurking around, I do believe that they look forward to finish the deal, as Eggy, the last man standing, has got an AK to work with.
Venom is literally finishing all the players with a knife that he has. And right now, Eggy has got a big job to do. But Alibaba Raiders, they've been the party spoilers for a lot of teams. The shots being fired, and eventually Alto has been taken down. And Eggy, he gets a second one as well. This is going to be a dicey situation. Oh my god, Eggy has pulled up some really great plays in the past. And this is going to be another situation where they want to just make another confirmation. But Biswaroop, he's just acting as a blessing in disguise for the likes of Venom Gaming. This could have been really fatal, but right now Venom Gaming, they survive with the 3 finishes that they've got.
Oh my goodness, what a game it had been. Eggy, he could have converted that 1v3 easily, as he was pretty confident. And he knew the location. The opponents were trapped inside that building. But Biswaroop, has this finish stolen away from the side of Aerobots. Is it going to weigh heavier for the side of OGs? Because in the overall standing, even they do not have a good footing in the top 8. They need to put some points on the table. To be frank, right now they're at the 12th position, and they needed a big game. Whereas on the other side, GODLIKE getting into their shenanigans with Sim trying to take down the side of Thunder. 8-bit are already in their crosshairs.
Now the position has been compromised. The IQOO 8-bit will be really cautious with every move that they're taking. First of all, it has to be a really big task for them to just loiter around and find some openings, but it seems like IQOOSOUL, they've got some fights to take care of. Mania seems to be interested. The La Cobreria side has been really fruitful for them in the past, and right now Forever Esports, they will be losing players left, right and center. They've lost 1 or 2 just before against IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, and right now IQOOSOUL, they will be confirming another knock. 1 finish registered. Beast is going to be the last player, and his position even is compromised, and IQOOSOUL, they won't let this opportunity slip away.
Oh, this is the moment. Goblin needs to be careful, because if he gets taken down, he's going to be finished off easily. But whereas on the other side, the perfect backup occurs with Knuckle coming in from one side and Manya on the other. Goblin was able to land the final nail in the coffin as well. Forever gets finished off. And with this, it's good for us to say that yet again, IQOOSOUL are making their fans really happy.
Indeed they are. This is a really good start. Even for Hero Extreme GODLIKE, look at this. 2 players knocked out. Mafia, Thunder. Big openings for the likes of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. They're literally They have confined the players of IQOO 8-bit in one compound. Mr. Pineapple, he has been a pure menace in the last match of Sanhok that he has played yesterday. And still now, he's the solo survivor while Hero Extreme Godlike, the entirety of the squad are inbounds, but they don't have an idea, it seems, of where Mr. Pineapple is.
Mr. Pineapple, he had 7 frags yesterday. He did show us some signs of brilliance, a star in the making. A late addition towards the side of 8-bit has now got an opportunity. Just come out of the window, pick up the vehicle which Godlike came in from, and then evade from this fight. But Godlike, since they're a 4-man squad, they're going to look at every nook and corner of this vicinity, and they're going to make sure that they put that player down. They've got 3 early finishes, 3 early points, and aggressive Godlike already in this lobby.
I'm just waiting patiently for the moment. I feel like Pineapple can be that one nightmare for at least one player of Hero Extreme Godlike. If they try to come in all alone, let it be Jonathan, let it be Punk, or anybody, that can be problematic. But it seems like Venom, he's got Goblin out. Original Gangsters, they have come into the picture. They have been trying to infiltrate the lands of San Martin for the past 3 days in the LCQ playoffs, and it seems like Venom Gaming, they have got it deciphered completely. They have an idea that who is going to come in next after we wipe out Alibaba Raiders and our original Gangsters. This is going to be a really important fight. They are still loitering around in 12th position in the overall standing, so every fight, it counts for them. But Venom Gaming, they're going all in aggressive. MVP has a big responsibility on his shoulder, followed by Toxic. He has got some big job to do, and Toxic finds an opening against Aimbot. Venom Gaming, they're down to the final 2 players, while the shots will be fired from both the ends.
Viswaraj gets in another opening altogether. Venom yet again the last man standing. He'll have to do a 1v3, but I don't think so. It's got to be easy because 2 of them just pounce on him. And before getting taken down, he does the damage which OGs won't be recovering from. Losing 2 players. They've got 4 finishes in their name, but will that be enough to get an average? Will that be enough to look at the points table and say, yes, we have done enough for this game, and let's look forward for another?
OG, they might be just cherishing the 4 points, but right now, looking onto the circle side, IQOO Orangutan will be reaping the most benefits out of the circle that they have got for themselves. Sitting in the smack center is where they would love to be until the very end phase of the game. But the question is, even in the last match, we've seen Genesis being in the smack center haven't helped them much, but God's Reign were the ones to utilize the circle to its fullest. Even though we knew that God's Reign, they have the usual drop down south in the Sosnovka military base, from there going up north and finding a beautiful place for them to hold on, and then finding the finishes was an incredible job. And that same thing, a similar thing, has to be done by IQOO Orangutan if they want to stay in the competition for the top 8 spot. This is the golden opportunity in the map of Golden Sand, which you can pave your paths towards the success. But will they be able to do so? That's a big question.
Let's not forget yesterday's Knuckles' brilliance, taking down Aru and then very closely fighting it out to make sure he takes down another player in the name of AKOP. If you have taken down AKOP from the side of OG, that means you're a person who needs to be not messed with. And trying to replicate the same, he's already got 2 frags for himself today. And Manya is going to be so happy with this team slowly getting composed, slowly getting together as well. But the center of the circle, where you said the OGs were holding, that is going to be Chuma Serra. We did see another team trying to head in towards that region. With no early casualties coming in from these top teams, we can expect most of them to be present in the final circles. And let's not forget, if with GDR trying to replicate something they did in the map of Erangel, we have got the most successful team in the map of Miramar. That's got to be 4 Miracle. They'll have to put some points on the table, because slowly they're also skidding away from the top spot. And if they have 2 more bad games, I believe they might trip down below the 8th spot.
Losing matches does affect your morale, does affect your confidence, and it is quite justified by 4 Miracle's performance. The first 2 days, incredible, no questions asked. 3rd day, completely a disaster. Couldn't get much points, early eliminations, and it is still continuing in the very first match of today's day as well. We have seen it happen, But once again, they have a circle in their favor. Monte Nuevo is where they usually take their drop. But the way or the direction on which they are trying to rotate from, this can be really problematic. You have got VXT as well as BLITZ in the mix. And if you are going up against VXT, a team in form, that can be really problematic for 4Miracle, who are a little bit feeling themselves a little bit underconfident.
You know, for some reason, I'm feeling that VXT are actually not in form from yesterday. Because they might have got some decent games, but they were not able to play like champions, who are fearless to head-on take fights, who have been fearless when it comes to the 4v4 battles. The conversion rate has somehow dropped down. And now let's see whether I'll be proven wrong, because 4Miracle, they're pretty much interested in taking this fight. They're being, persistent. They're trying to take shots against Somraj. Poco is going to be missing from a mile. And now they'll have to get in closer. In case they want to take this fight, they have to get in closer. But Poco is going to be shotted from a different directions. And I wonder which is that team.
I think it's going to be BLITZ Esports coming in the mix. They were in the close bounds and they will be looking forward to pounce on every opportunity that they get. But XPower, he will be confirmed. He got taken down a little bit before while VXT were rotating through the ridges. And that's going to be a really heavy loss for the side of VXT in the early phase of the game. XPower has been a very crucial part of the roster, but eventually when you just talk about Raiden, he's also being shot from distant areas. And right now, even 4Miracle, they have kind of understood where are the players of BLITZ Esports are. They have been above the ridges. They're trying to utilize this topographic advantage all to themselves. But right now, 4Miracle, if they want to enter the circle to the western corridor, they either have to get rid of VXT or BLITZ, or they have to change their course of direction from where they want to rotate and find a sweet spot for themselves inside the circle.
Absolutely. Whereas on the other side, we have the gods themselves on the verge of resurrection. They're scripting another comeback, which every single fan of the Indian gaming community is going to praise, in case they make it into the top 8. And let me remind you, until the 12th game of the last chance qualifiers, or let it be the 16th game of the last chance qualifiers, this team seems like they have no chance to qualify. And then all of a sudden, Edmino, he comes back into the team, brings in a different confidence altogether, and from then on, every single fight they've taken, every single rotation Punk has pulled off has been phenomenal.
We have to see how things are going to turn through. The northeastern corridors is really, really congested. But also talking about bringing up the conversations, I would like to know your opinions about how Genesis are looking right now, because I feel like they have dropped drastically in the terms of performance. How do you see them making a comeback in the overall standings?
Again, they have to go back to their previous strategy. Before we speak about it, it seems like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK are ready to take on the gods themselves. With the blue zone coming in closer, due to that lack of the team, they realize that it's better to fall back, regroup with their team, and then bring in an assault against the side of GODLIKE. Now, coming back to the question you have asked, what's going on with the side of Genesis? I guess the team was overly dependent on Gamla's gameplay. Let it be the heal battles, let it be that off angles he was able to hold. And all of a sudden, when Gamla Boy is being restricted in his tracks, it's becoming hard for them to find another solution for this problem. A heal battle is still up their sleeves, and we'll have to wait and watch whether they're going to rely on it yet again.
From the position which Genesis are holding, I do feel like they need to, as you mentioned, they need to go back to the previous strategy as well as look forward to some consistent performance. The first match of Erangel was decent, but I feel like they have to rack up a lot more points in order to be in the top 8, as they're still struggling in the 13th spot in the overall standings. But right now, IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. The first match of Erangel was a nightmare once again, where they landed, they ended their run in that particular urban city only. But right now, the rotation that they're going up with, the kind of fights that they're trying to pull off, has to be really successful. Otherwise, things might just go down south, and it seems like Hero Extreme GODLIKE won't be allowing that thing to happen. Punk, he's a little bit vulnerable in that spot, but Apple has been taken down. And it seems like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they have to lock horns against the Hero Extreme GODLIKE side if they want to move up north or move and continue with their rotation, while Apple, he will be getting a quick revival from the side of Shadow, as Admin is trying to convert this knock into a finish. While Hero Extreme Godlike, they're thinking and waiting patiently before they take any other step.
What a recovery it has been for the side of Revenant XSPARK. Even before the crossfire was set up from the side of Godlike, they were clever enough to deploy some smokes and fall back into the hard cover. Yes, the next circle coming in might create problems for both these teams, but also could be the blessing in disguise, because both these teams will look forward to prioritize the circle rather than taking this fight. And as far as what I've seen Punk thinking, he always tend to, get that early rotation in the third and the fourth circle. Banana getting way too close to comfort, is now having an opportunity, puts down Sim, and the tides have changed because now Godlike are in deep troubles after losing two prime players. Let me remind you that the IGL is no more, and so is the support player. The two assaulters will now have to either stick to the fight or head into the circle.
Big thing about this is that Jonathan and Meno, they rotated from the other end of the ridge, and that's why they never came into the radars of Banana, and he was waiting patiently to grab the last player. Eventually, Punk and Sim, they came on the other end, on which Banana had a lot of visuals, but Hero Extreme Godlike, this might just hurt their entire momentum of this map of Miramar. But IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, Banana and the connection of Miramar, it has been really, really nice. Every time you see Mango and Banana stepping up, this either turns out to be the map of Miramar, where they're performing extremely well and creating hindrances for the other teams.
Godlike being very careful in the route they've been taking. They're just trying to make sure that they travel through the path which is less traveled, to be frank. Because Revenant XSPARK, they're right on their tail. And the intention is pretty clear. Revenant XSPARK wants to put an end for Godlike right now and pick up those early 4 finishes. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be BLITZ versus Rivalry NRI, where we can see another casualty already going towards the side of Rivalry NRI. They want to capitalize on this hard work they've already done. With Gojo getting in closer, Tronza, the revival has come out true.
Tokyo needs to fall back as quickly as possible. Look at Gojo, he's cooking up a nade. One good nade should do the damage, but yeah, it takes down Tokyo. But there will be Dronza from behind. Gojo makes a perfect connection, converts this 1v2 really very easily. And BLITZ Esports with 3 finishes, they will be taking an exit in the 13th spot in this map of Miramar. While RIVALRYXNRI, they might have lost 2 of their crucial players, but right now it's high time that Gojo and Server, they need to step up. 4 finishes by Gojo. He wiped the entirety of BLITZ single-handedly. And right now, RIVALRYXNRI, they will be looking forward to back up some more points, though they don't have the numbers advantage in their favor. But playing steadily and slowly might just reap some benefits for their side.
Gojo pulling off a 1v4 shows that there is an assaulter who still wants to make sure that his team is still fighting and looking forward for some more finishes. It's going to be the team LIKHITA Esports in the epicenter with VXT and OG, a 3-way Mexican standoff being possible over there. But GDR, this slow rotation, this sneaky rotation is still paying off for them, with another cluster happening on the western side. Lateral era region, we see that OGs and 4 Miracles are way too close to comfort.
They are. And eventually that is going to be a really important fight for both the sides. Original Gangsters, they need points. Same goes for 4 Miracle to just kind of solidify their spot. And Dragon, whenever we talk about 4 Miracle, this player is always in the finishing sprees, in the finishing broadcast. He always comes into the picture and finds the opening, and Original Gangster might just face some consequences. But same goes for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, as they're taking up a dig against IQOOSOUL. The players are being knocked and might just be confirmed as well, but Manya is way too in the open grounds. It's not easy for Mango to get the confirmation. Eventually, the rescue team arrives.
Oh, guess what? They've left that player as a bait. They're making sure that someone else comes to revive, and that is when they might have to again go in for some shots. He has a vague idea, but Manya is clever enough not to go through for the revival there. They're going to be picking up the player and then falling back to the nearest hard compounds. Clever move coming in from the side of IQOOSOUL. And what's even more cleverer is they're doing it because they've got the circle in their favor. Nobody to backstab them. They've got the circle in control. And now again we're able to see some prime names in the circle. And the final circle is going to be filled with star-studded players.
Important circle, important positions for a lot of teams. Even Genesis Esports, they will be looking forward to eradicate the entirety of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. The shots being fired from both of the ends. IQOOSOUL might just also try to pounce on the players. But two players holding a single compound, it's going to be really problematic. LIKHITA Esports from above, IQOOSOUL, Genesis from behind. It's going to be really problematic, but it has to be a patience game from the side of Hero Extreme GODLIKE if they want to survive. But talking about IQOOSOUL, look at the position that they have. A beautiful big compound to play along with, safeguard their vehicles, and also to gather information all across them.
Where will the next circle form up? Because that has been the most, I would say, the toughest question yet to be answered. Because the circle always tend to end up to the high ground region for the teams who are holding. But for the teams who still have got that hard compounds but no footing inside the circle, out of nowhere tend to come to the center of the circle and get a really good spot. For now, GODLIKE, the two flag bearers need to be careful. They need to make sure that there's no teams coming and circling around them. They're going to keep the enemies at bay, keep their vicinity clear, the vision also clear, so that in case the circle forms in towards them yet again, they'll know what to do. They'll know when to pick up frags. They'll know when to move away from that compound. But the sad part is, look at the esports. They have complete information about the two players of GODLIKE.
Exactly. Even from the other end, the southwestern quadrant of the circle, you do see even God's Reign pulling up some great frags. Justin is surviving. He's got a P90 to work out with. Aquanox just right in front of him, and the shots will be fired. The damage will be done. Justin, he might just be in a very low HP, and Raiden, he's looking forward to pouncing. Justin needs a backup. He needs a cover fire, and Destro is right there to provide the support, but even Destro drops into a very low HP, and Raiden, who was the last player standing from the side of VXT, will be confirmed as 3 finishes are being registered by God's Reign, but they have another problem to deal with right around the corner. It's going to be IQOO Orangutan to pounce in, and we do see 2 players chiming in really close, while AKOP, his position has been compromised, the information has been relayed, and Justin, he tried to make some connections, while Veron will be successful in it.
Ron giving that opening. This time OGs do not have any kind of casualty so far, and that's a big advantage. OGs, they have not got a great finish when it comes to the map of Miramar in this tournament, and they'll be looking forward to execute one at least. And if they do it here, it's going to be a very important one, because they're badly in need of these points. Look at the difference from the 7th to the 8th position. 7th, 8th, 9, 10, 11. We can also consider the 5th and the 6th position, with Forever already been eliminated and VXT at 112 points. Rivalry NRI, IQOOSOUL, GODLIKE, 8-Bit, OG, LE. Any of these teams putting points on the table is just going to threaten the position of VXT. On a close range battle, Pineapple is looking forward to convert a 1v2 and get more points, not with just position, but also with finish points.
Oh, look at this! Pineapple, he converts a beautiful 1v2, and that still keeps the hopes alive for the side of IQOO 8-Bit. What a beautiful play it was, and RIVALRYXNRI, the dreams have been crushed. 108 points is what they will be walking away with. No placement points whatsoever. IQOO Orangutan, they're still playing in a 2-2 split and will be looking and keeping an eye on the players of God's Reign as they will be taking an exit. But Justin finds a beautiful opening. AKOP being put down will be opening the gates for the likes of God's Reign to pounce on the players as Veron. I am not sure whether he's going to handle the situation all by himself, but he has decided to fall back, and that's really a wise choice for him.
Destro got taken down and the revenge is taken. Both these teams become even Steven. As they get taken down, it's got to be Aru from a distance putting down Apple. A fair trade coming in from both the sides. Vron is immediately going to convert it. Delta and Destro. And I wonder what the other 2 players were doing. Delta and Justin. They could have pushed in with Apple, given him a crossfire or something like that. But guess what? Aru is going to be tasting his own medicine, because he's out in the open and many players are putting him down.
Genesis, they have the hard compounds to play along with. They have the Eastern Command all to themselves, while they can handle a lot of teams all by their side. But it seems like one nade has to be tossed up in the right spot, but the nade will not make a good connection. Jonathan has dropped down to a very low HP. Needs a quick healing. Pokar, he's been knocked out. Kyoya, it's a 1v1 battle against Admino, but Jonathan will be coming up from behind. He will be providing the support, but for Kyoya, it's a big task for him to accomplish. Whether he can do it or not, it's a big question. Jonathan has dropped down to a very low HP. Admino is still waiting in the right spot. He wants to be the surprise package, but Admino is dealing a lot of damage as well. But Kyoya is barely surviving still now. But eventually, the final nail in the coffin will be put up by the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, as you do see Admino and Jonathan pulling the strings for their team and keeping the hopes alive, while LIKHITA Esports will be taking an exit.
A 2v4 converted perfectly from these two players. They waited for the moment to strike, and when they got one, they struck so hard that they put a team out of the lobby itself. The two assaulters, Admino and Jonathan, and their calm gameplay seems to be paying off for them. On the other side, God's Rain is left out with one last man. And the closest team to pick up another frag for themselves is going to be Godlike. But yes, 4Miracle, after doing an assault, is now trying to push in towards the side of IQOOSOUL. For the first time, I see Goblin not cooking up a pre-grenade. He's going to be punished with the player jumping right into his face. Monya, the last man standing. And all of a sudden, 4Miracles are looking pretty strong, with Beard Baba putting down the final nail in the coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, 4Miracles are in the lobby.
Oh, look at the positioning. Beard Baba is looking way too aggressive, but couldn't connect a single shot on Admino. Jonathan also from behind is barely surviving in a very low HP. While Hero Extreme Godlike looking forward for the opportunity to enter the circle. This need might just do a lot more damage, and that's going to be Admino being put down. Beard Baba, he's opening the gates, and 4Miracle, they are literally striking left, right, and center, and there is no stopping them from that point. But Beard Baba will be punished. The knock has been found, but the confirmation will still await as Godlike Jonathan is trying to find some good space, but he won't be allowed by Reaper. And 4Miracle, they're up for vengeance in their own favorite map.
Absolutely, and this is why we keep telling that 4Miracle's favorite map is going to be the map of Miramar. If not for the chicken dinner, they walk away with so many finishes that they might end up taking the top spot in the overall standing. And look at that, they're not going to stop. They're going to get to the center of the circle, but Shadow on the other side, from the side of Revenant, XSPARK wants to make sure that he weakens the side of 4Miracles, and it seems like he's on the verge of doing so. Justin, from a distance, before getting taken down, wants to pick up as many frags as possible, but 4Miracles is not going to let that happen as well. And with this, they have a bit of a man advantage, but can they convert this game? Because Ripper is going to be the last man standing for the side of 4Miracle all of a sudden.
Genesis Esports have got a lot of advantage in the mix. Shadow is surviving. His position is compromised. Genesis, they have small compounds, but right now they need to come in the open. A rescue mission is underway, but Poco won't have the privilege to reach to that particular location, while Shadow, he knows that two players are down. Reaper is confined. His position is compromised. But Shadow, he does have an idea that Genesis, they are going to enter the circle. They are trying to find out some sweet spots. Smokes will be laid. Shadow is looking forward to target one player at a time. Sam is just inside that shack. Shadow has to get him down before taking any chances on Shadow OG of Genesis Esports. And he knows it pretty well.
The calm before the storm. Every single player is right now calculating what is the next best move. The game between the shadows, as it's going to happen in the dark. Reaper is going to be taking the blood of the blue, going in for a heal battle. He's at the window. He's going to be very close to the window, because he knows that once given an opportunity, he can strike down the final player. A man advantage coming into the favor of Genesis right now. Guess what? Sam will have to come out in the open end, for which he's got to be punished. He's got to be taken down, and the confirmation might follow up. Shadow, he's got to be healing himself. He's going to be coming intact as well. He sees Reapers right in front of him. He'll be trying to take those shots. Will be getting another finish for himself, and I don't think so he'll be able to convert this. Is he going to heal himself? Yes, he does. He gets into the circle, and he's going to be safe and sound, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant XSPARK, the IGL Shadow, is trying to do the impossible. He's trying to take those shots as well, as the other Shadow's location is going to be compromised. No throwables whatsoever from this side. But the Shadow OG, how much has he got in his favor?
He's got a full HP to play along. That's really very important. And Shadow OG, he's also under a lot of pressure. He's lost his comrade Sam just a few moments ago. He does have an idea. He has 2 nades as well. I just wonder, Shadow, how is he going to play along? Doesn't have any smokes to provide any cover to his side. One Molotov, two nades. He's got utils to work out with, and he's cooking up one. It has to be the game changer. It has to make the connection. And there's only 26 bullets on Shadow. He needs to go. He has to. There is no other options. Some of the pre-fires, 20 bullets and a dream. And it seems like Shadow is going to be 1v1 battle. He switches on to the DBS. He wants to keep it for the close contention. 14 bullets he has for himself. But it's going to be Shadow OG from Genesis to put the final nail in the coffin. As Genesis, it is a much needed win for their side, but we have to give credit to the valiant efforts of how IQOO REVENANT XSPARK's Shadow played.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay. Under pressure, Genesis pulls off a chicken dinner. Shadow OG, what a calm mind he had in that fight. He knew that he had to wait for the opponent to make that mistake. Coming out in the open, he was the person who can deal the maximum damage. But having a DBS and a throwable and still not using it shows the composure of this IGL. Experience has spoken over here. Between the two IGLs, you know, both of them are well composed, both of them are calm IGLs, both of them know when to aggress, but it all came down to that experience part where Shadow OG did show to us that it's all about you putting one bullet through the skulls of the opponents, and that is all is required.
Yeah, exactly. The way he played, my god. Just imagine you're in a situation where you don't have hard covers to play along, and then you find two beautiful finishes, one on Sam, then on Reaper, and also eradicating 3 players of 4 Miracle Esports single-handedly. That's an IGL for you. And again, he was lacking a lot of bullets in the end. He did not have an opportunity to loot any crates, and that gave the opportunity. And even Shadow had this hard cover to play along. That's why he could pull off a lot more damage on Shadow. And the final shot, the final connection that came in was this one shot of DBS, was the final full stop on the run of how IQOO REVENANT XSPARK's Shadow played. But I really believe, as an IGL, when he has stepped up, it's high time for the other players to also come up and pull up some performances like this.
Absolutely. Now the confidence is going to be surging because, you know, once you have a chicken dinner and you know that you have put some really good points on the table, you tend to capitalize on it. But that fight pulled off by Shadow OG was not an easy one. It's not easy for you in this game to pull off a fight on your left end. It's easier for you to, you know, somehow swap when you have your screens on the right end, because your right thumb is always over there, the most active one. But when you're on the left side, it becomes so much tougher for you to, you know, just come out in the open and land that final shot. But still, a very good one coming over there. We're going to be breaking down the fights more. We'll be breaking down the points table right across the break, so don't go anywhere. See you guys on the other side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 2025. We have witnessed two amazing games right now, and it is a really big example that how the teams are evolving, how every team, even down below in the overall standings, are fighting to be in the top 8 and qualify for the grand finals.
Absolutely. This cannot be, better than this. It feels like an absolute cinema, to be frank. I think that would be the better word to say, because Godlike is trying to make a comeback. IQOOSOUL is almost, on the verge of getting down from the top 8. 8-but is trying to show some brilliance. Then you have God's Reign, who are continue to showing their dominance. So I can already feel the old days coming back. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're still not feeling the vibe, I guess you guys need a Red Bull.
Yeah, indeed. Because even we are in a need of energy. The way the matches are going, it is already pumping us so much to cast the matches, because the way Shadow played, the way Shadow OG also played, all the players, including with those individual acolytes, the way they have performed, it is just pumping us the energy that how we can build a storyline through all these fights. But when you talk about the bigger picture, the overall standings is where I'm really focused on, because after two matches, that lot of things have happened in the overall standings. Maybe it has turned upside down for a lot of teams. But quickly jumping onto the MVP, it has to be IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, Shadow. There is no doubt about it. With a total of 5 finishes, what he has got for his team.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in from this lad. He's got 5 finishes, even though it doesn't matter the MVP rank wherever he stands. But at this point of time, his team needed some points, and he was, as an Erangel, leading it from the front to provide some. And from the bottom of the table, I do believe that he can now make his way a little towards the upper bracket, because they've got a decent 14 points over here for Miracle. Yet again, coming back, resurrecting in the map of Miramar is no shocker to anybody, because they've got 15 points for themselves as well. Genesis, a valiant effort. I wouldn't call it a valiant effort. I would call it a successful effort coming in from the side of Shadow OG to bring his team that valuable chicken dinner, another 15-pointer.
Exactly, which is really crucial for them. But talking about the other disappointments that happened, IQOO 8-bit only having 3 points, BLITZ having 3. I mean, for BLITZ, it's okay, it's fine. They can get one good game and they will be good to go and secure their spot in the top 8. But talking about VXT, talk about LIKHITA esports, even for IQOOSOUL only having 5 points, it will be really concerning for them, because the only team we mentioned earlier that has a really great spot in the circle was IQOOSOUL, and it seems like there will be so many changes in the overall standings, because you don't see IQOOSOUL anymore in the top 8.
Extreme Godlike, the new team to enter into top 8, the new team to make sure that they give us some glimpse of brilliance. Look at that, 44 possession points in comparison to 64 possession points, of 64 finish points with no chicken dinner. And closely catching up is going to be Genesis, IQOOSOUL and 8-bit. And all of a sudden, as I said, those teams who had to step up are slowly coming in. Let's not forget that REVENANT, XSPARK and Orangutan have still got something up their sleeve. If they get a chicken dinner from here on, I do believe that they'll also enter into the top 8, and it's going to be a very close call when it comes to the teams to qualify into the grand finals.
Exactly, and I feel like what we mentioned yesterday, Arka, is that we have to wait till the very end game of Erangel to kind of understand which 8 teams are going to qualify for the grand finals, and I believe that we are already under process. But the next map of Sanhok is going to be a testament for a lot of players, for a lot of teams, because we have witnessed what happened in the previous Sanhok, what happened yesterday. It was all about IQOO 8-bit making a valiant effort, and they got the winning chances, they got the win for themselves, and they literally made a jump close to the top 8. And this time, once again, this map of comeback has to be fallen under the pieces of IQOO 8, but if they want to be in the top 8, because they have dropped down a bit, they are standing in the 11th spot, and if they get this Sanhok right, I feel they will be back in the competition as well.
Now, when it comes to Sanhok, there's been 2 teams who have been very consistent. One is going to be God's Reign, and the other one is going to be the side of LIKHITA esports. Both these teams, yesterday we did say that Fierce tend to survive into the top 2. God's Reign were also almost there. Yes, 8-bit did pull off a winner chicken dinner for themselves, but they've not been consistent in the map of Sanhok. And let's not forget, for Godlike, it's always been a high finisher game, so they'll also look forward to end the game with at least 10 to 12 finishes, so that they don't have to worry about maintaining that 8th spot in the overall standing. But I feel from here on, Rivalry, NRI, VXT, and Forever, as well as Blitz, these are the teams who need to be careful with what they're going to do next. Because if they have one bad game, for sure they're going to be teams in the bottom who will be replacing their position.
Exactly, and this is going to be really concerning. So what we can say for the top teams is that they don't need a lot of points. They don't need a 20 bomber game. They don't need a 15 bomber game. What they require is average performance of getting 4 to 5 points in every match that they play from here on now. Even if they get eliminated earlier, one match with at least like 7-8 points should be more than enough to kind of recover the points that has been lost in that one game, and they should be good to go. Because what we have seen earlier, 150 is the safe. 150, you are good to go and solidify your spot in the top 8.
Absolutely. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the next map. It's going to be the map of Sanhok. It's going to be the forest, the water regions, which is going to be making things an interesting affair. And there's going to be a bit of a switcheroo as well in the casting desk. I'll be stepping out, and I'm going to give this flight to Ozora.
Wow. Thank you for the warm welcome there, Arka. Hi, Necros. Hope you're doing good. And please tell me a little bit about what's going on. Like, what is this all ruckus, man? I can see 3 teams just bouncing at each other, heading neck to neck. And it is very close that they can qualify towards the top 8. But it's just that we are halfway there. This is the 3rd map. And later on, what's going to happen, we have no clue about it. But, Necros, here's where you chime in. Any guesses? Is someone going to take down the spot of Hero Extreme Godlike, or are they going to remain there?
Sanhok has always been a testament for the teams, and I really believe that this can be the switcheroo that everyone wants. For Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been really consistent when it came down to the first 2 games. And once again, in the map of Sanhok, they have a huge big split, and you can see it in the map. They sometimes have costed them with some early casualties where the players have been caught off guard, but if Hero Extreme Godlike, they played slow and steady, with Punk putting all his efforts in qualifying. I believe nobody should be a problem for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike unless they find up like 5-6 points for themselves. Genesis, IQOOSOUL, IQOO 8-bit, the eyes will be on them as well because they are in a dire need of points. While Alibaba Raiders, this team, Ozora, has been the party spoilers for so many teams throughout the first 2 matches.
You know what? I completely understand. Alibaba Raiders, they have been super consistent, super good. But look at that. God's reign, all of a sudden, they are reigning supreme. 10 points lead is what they have. And right now, if you talk about getting 4 points, then Original Gangsters, they're right in front of one of the best and elite teams out there in this entire lobby. So let's see how this drop clash is going to go through. He's already prepared for every single shenanigan coming in from the opponents. And Gangsters, there's just one thing about them. If they fumble even a little bit like this, they come to a backseat. An MVP for now. Yes, he wants to heal himself. That's a really good plan. But there's going to be a counterpart to this entire situation as well. The nade comes in. MVP still struggling, trying to go ahead and heal. This is his last medkit. And after that, he won't be able to resurrect himself and get back that HP.
Alibaba Raiders, they have spoiled the dream of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK in the map of Erangel. They've also spoiled some of the really big dreams of Venom Gaming and a lot more teams down in the bottom. Now Original Gangsters can be one of them, while Pro OP is waiting in the open grounds and the shot will be connected. Biswaroom doesn't miss these kind of shots. Pro OP has been put down. Alibaba Raiders in a little bit of back foot. Well, Goblin, and you do see MVP chiming on to one player. Eggy has been phenomenal throughout the games where JD Gaming is in close proximity, and Biswaroom, he will be put down. Pro OP needs a quick revival. When you talk about this kind of coordinated play, Alibaba Raiders, they have been really fruitful and they have been really persistent with the kind of play style that they're adapting to. But right now, Goblin just in bounds while Eggy has cut off all the sounds.
Eggy, he's playing it 1 step close, but 2 steps back at the same time. Knows that he need to play this very calculatively. He's hearing all kind of conundrums. He knows the information where the opponents can be. Yes, there's another sneak peek towards the window that he has gotten the information to. Burnox, good amount of casualties coming forward. Goblin taking down Toxic way too low, but he's cooking a nade. That nade could be dangerous, but unfortunately he puts it back in his piggy bank. Toxic, close quarters. He knows that SMG is one of the primary things that will help him out in the overall run, but he needs to run away. He needs to do it right now. He was about to be caught with his pants down, but Murnox, He was so aware. He was so active. He had his spidey sense tingling at that time, and he gets yet another knock and finish. Couple of players gone from the likes of the entire squad of original gangsters. Now the other two, what can they do? It's gonna be a tough time for them as the entire lot is completely swept right across.
Alibaba Raiders, they are enjoying the moment that they have, but look at Venom Gaming. What? They've lost Venom, but they've got 3 finishes, and that is going to be IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. Having lost 3 finishes, 3 players, my bad. It's going to put them in such an immense pressure. They had such a beautiful game of Miramar just now. Banana is all what they have left. Venom Gaming, they are like, if we aren't qualifying, we aren't even letting you qualify. That's a kind of approach. This rivalry has been for such a long time. Zyrex being added to the roster, it has evolved the gun power. But these kind of early losses and these kind of early battles have always costed both of the teams in terms of qualification. And even in this time, I don't see Venom Gaming qualifying to the grand finals at all.
Venom, I mean, it all started with day one, the upper brackets. They did play pretty okayish there, but in the second, the moment they went towards the last chance qualifiers, they did step up the entire game. But overall, the other teams were so prepared, they were so amped up. Venom Gaming, for now, they're not seen anywhere. My oh my. Revenant, like you mentioned, they had a really good game before, but then later on, what happened is just absolutely decimating their entire confidence. And if this keeps happening again and again, then I don't think so. Even they will have the chance to go ahead and qualify. They're currently sitting at 87 points, which is like bottom second. And that raises a lot of concerns.
Not a great spot. When you talk about this team Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been persistent, they have been really consistent. And right now, they're getting the benefits, they're getting the results what they wanted. They have LIKHITA Esports inbound, they're seeing Punk in those close proximity. They have a really huge split. And this is a circle which does favor the Alpha Island a lot, but there can be hardships. And Sanhok's circle has always been really dicey. It's really hard to judge where it's going to head up next, but BLITZ, look at the kind of fielding that they've set up. They spotted the players of Alibaba Raiders. None of us have an idea. On the other end, we've got VX to deal with. It's almost like we can say it's it is a doomed spot for the likes of Alibaba Raiders. They go out, they will be hunted like prey.
In all of them, I do spot a chill guy. But now proning down, getting the information on where the opponents can be. Delta PG on the other end. Long range shots being so accurate. My oh my, 16 damage. Lovely. This showcases how well he has formed himself in order to understand and learn the patterns of the opponents. This is absolutely beautiful. Not at all stopping the ceasefire. It's constantly going ham at it. Delta PG knows that the entire team is doing really good. Moreover, they're looking confident as well. Apple, well. He has already gotten one knock there, but no finish right about now. And that knock, it was far away, so the slam is not going to come anytime sooner. Fierce on the other end, he is going ham against Hero Extreme Godlike. And I don't think so Hero Extreme Godlike is liking this current situation.
Stimp, knock, and confirmed. They needed the players in the very end phase of the game, but right now, looking onto the situations, so the position of Hero Extreme Godlike, it's really
Dicey.
dicey in the sense like all the 3 players are not close to each other. 3 players in 3 different parts of the map, 3 different islands. One is on the Ruin side, one is on the Boot Camp side, one is on the Alpha side. So it's really tough for them to stay united and play all together. But right now, LIKHITA Esports Pokari is coming on the open grounds, and he can be that one easy target for the likes of Punk if he wants to go a little bit aggressive. But I don't think he would really love to leak his position or compromise his position. But for now, Alibaba Raiders, they've got problems to deal with, and JD Gaming once again standing tall on his ground.
Oh! Spotted. Opponent right underneath. Going ahead and applying all the band-aids. Dronza still peeking around the corner. The audacity. My oh my. Has a shotgun. Yes, DBS gives a lot of confidence. Close quarters, double shots. You're all done for. But that battle is still gonna go on for a really long time. Admino on the other end. The capitalization, even though they're like way too spread out. Look at this one man doing God's work. Admino. Couple of knocks. Mafia has also been knocked down on the ground. He's submerging. He looks like a submarine for now, but Pineapple, he's the only hope for the entire team. And he needs to come out. He needs to come out in order to breathe. And the moment he does that, Admino is going to nail him down as well.
He knows about the positioning. Mr. Pineapple, it's going to be a really hard task. Even Punk opens up, finds up one knock, but instantly gets traded off. That's the problem. That's the thing I was talking about. You won't try to go up front. Even Jonathan, he went up to provide some cover fire to help Punk, but that doesn't work like that. LIKHITA Esports will be cherishing both the finishes, while Mr. Pineapple and Mafia, how is he surviving? That's a big question. But Pukar, he will be getting a quick revival. There's no doubt about it. Jonathan, he's trying to fall back, maybe looking for those opportunity, whether if Admino can come and help him, which is next to impossible. Admino is in a really good spot from where he can find a lot more finishes, but it seems like the second knock that he got for himself will not be confirmed at all.
The smartest part here is that IQOOSOUL alongside Genesis, they're playing things very slow, and that's very smart, to be honest. They're letting Hero Extreme Godlike gas out alongside the other competition, which is IQOO 8-bit as well. Both of them are getting gassed out at the same time, and they're enjoying. They're having a step back. They're like 1 or 2 points away from the actual spot towards being the number 8 position. Other than that, if they want to take down VXT, then that's going to be a lot of task as well. For that, you need to have some really good amount of numbers. So that's one of the places where they're going ahead and getting things sorted. But there's another battle right here. Banana, last man standing, who's doing a great job in getting those eliminations and getting those finishes. But he needs to do it a tad bit more quicker. He needs to analyze the entire situation as Zyrax is at the doorstep.
Molotov will be used, but the 2 shots that was connected. Banana, he's always been the party spoiler. The nade will be tossed up. Banana needs to survive, and that will be giving a hefty amount of damage on him. While Zyrax is cooking up another nade. He's waiting for the right moment to strike and shuts the door right in front of his face. Banana knows how to play along with his position, but the nade is on a different direction. Banana and Zyrax, this is a 1v1 duel you would love to see, but it is creating so much noise that it might just grab the attention of God's Reign, who are really in the close vicinities. But Zyrax is trying to get as many utils as possible. Banana, he's a very tough guy. He's been the pillar for the side of IQOO, REVENANT, and XSPARK, but Zyrax, you look onto the bigger picture. How is he going to take the fight? He's delaying it so much that God's Reign, they will be coming in. There is no doubt about it. You delay a fight in Sanhok, there will be third parties and you have to deal with it.
Oh, that's a lovely nade. That will be a lovely nade, but Zyrax untethered. No shots taken whatsoever, no splash damage, but he knows, he's very aware of the current situation. God's Reign already way too close in the vicinity. If they don't battle it out right now, then 2 points will be awarded to this one team. Come on, Banana, you both got this. Zyrax, fight it out as soon as possible. I can look at the way the entire squad is zeroing in. Slowly, steadily, and creepy, teepy way.
Desiree will be like, I'm just enjoying the view. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till the final moment till I can strike back. Really important how things are gonna turn around. When we talk about this positioning, IQOOSOUL, this is their circle. This is the position from where they should be winning the match. They need a chicken dinner. They are in a dire need of points to be in the top 8. And right now, the main question or the main obstacle that might just arrive right in their foothills is it's going to be Forever Esports. Just look at the circle. It's up north. I'm just thinking if IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they've taken the usual drop in Hatin, things could have been so different for them.
Hathin, yeah, I mean, IQOOSOUL usually loves getting the entire spot of Camp Alpha and then rotating around from that area. Hathin has been one of the places where I'm not getting the name right now in my head, but yeah, I believe it was Blitz who used to love heading towards Hathin every single time. And it was always a drop clash between IQOOSOUL alongside Blitz. That was lovely to watch. But now, coming back to the major picture, my goodness, this fight has been stalled for so long. Even God's Reign are not interested in it. They're like, you know what? You take your own shots. You go in for the fight, and that's why we're gonna chime in and take the remaining spoils of it. So that kind of discipline, that kind of slow and steady paced gameplay is one of the best things to watch.
Slowly and steadily. This is how the approach has been for a lot of teams, those who are sitting on top. Specifically, we talk about God's Reign. 170 points. And it hasn't come like they have played aggressive all throughout the matches that they have played so far. They have been persistent. They have been really patient in terms of approaching any fight. But it seems like Reaper wants to go for some horse riding. It's fine. These days, we've seen players going to the flanking angles with some horse, and it is a classy move indeed.
It is indeed a classy move. But the utmost class is here at Hathin. And IQOOSOUL have managed to already head towards that entire area. The others slowly, steadily reaching there. And it's good. But overall, you need to be more accurate. Wait a second. Is that a wide split coming in from IQOOSOUL? That can be a big gamble. But whatever. They're on to a different battle altogether. Beast thought that he's going to survive the wrath of the opponents. But unfortunately, he's been taken down, berated. Down to mere bits and pieces. Orangutans, they're here to go ahead and yet again wreak havoc, and they're going to do that. At a valley, they started the entire fight and they completed it whole. There's another team on top, still waiting for the golden opportunity. And I believe it is VXT.
Exactly. IQOOSOUL, they've rotated down to towards the urban
Not all,
compounds
though.
of Hathin. They will be looking forward to just chime in, but the main question is, how is IQOOSOUL will be looking forward to deal with all the teams coming in their way? There's going to be Genesis, there's going to be RIVALRYXNRI holding on to the compounds. But right now, Hero Extreme Godlike Admino is trying to fight against the odds. You've confirmed Delta PG, knocked in, confirmed, one finish registered. But that might be the end. But it seems like Admino has got some big business to deal with. He confirms Destro and knock and confirmed. Admino, he is in a God Minnow form, it seems. He's fighting against the odds, but this is going to be it. Banana might be the party spoil. He's surviving through a smoke, but he will be done and dusted with one beautiful nade of Justin. 4 finishes is what he gets, and Godlike, they have to be satisfied with the points that they have received. While VXT, they're still in the tipsy toes. They will be climbing, they will be tailing behind Hero Extreme Godlike, but as they have taken an exit, it's a big opportunity for them to find a lot more points and climb up the ladder.
Oh my goodness. This is so fun to watch. VXT is still there in the competition. Genesis still there in the competition. IQOOSOUL, they're also right behind. And Rivalry X NRI, my goodness, 108 points. And they have all the 4 players remaining. This is gonna be fun. Sanhok, before all of that, I thought it used to be a spot where all the teams are just dishing it out. They're just gonna, get that refresher, a new jolt of fresh air, and then later on head towards the actual deal-breaking maps. But it feels like they're all set for this map as well. Sanhok so far is yielding to be a game changer, and I'm loving it.
Oh, look at the circle shift, Ozora. This is going to be really interesting. An urban finish. You've got so many teams in the mix. You've got IQOOSOUL, you've got Genesis, you've got Rivalry X NRI, God's Reign from behind. It's tough that, yes, Apple is the only one inside the circle, while Justin might have to adapt to the heal battle strategy. But you've also got IQOO ranked, and WizGod is trying to be in the mix. Aru while staying behind. Information, but IQOO Orangutan, they will be welcomed with a bang by Rivalry X NRI. 2 finishes, knocked and confirmed, and there's no way IQOO Orangutan grab any more points in this match. While VXT, they're also coming downhill. There will be those easy targets for the likes of Rivalry X NRI, and might be for the likes of 4 Miracle Esports as well.
All they said was make way for Naughty, but unfortunately there was no way whatsoever. They got gate kept hard. And every single team who was thinking that it's going to be a walk in the park, LIKHITA approach into the circle, it's not going to be that easy, man. Every single one of them just going in for the fight, and Knuckle, the Batman, the Vigilante, he's heading to save his teammate. The IGL knocked for now. The revival given. But Genesis, they have understood the entire prime location of this entire team. So it can be a very deadly situation unless you run away from there or you find a different compound. But VXC, look at them. They're going to be having a back pocket right now. They're just holding it out there, and 4 Miracles are right there around the vicinity. Mankind advantage is upon them. So I don't know what VXC is onto, but I hope they can win this battle.
Jordan is knocked out right in the foothills of IQOOSOUL. They will be looking forward to confirm that finish, but VXT, they have a bigger problem to deal with. It's going to be 4 Miracle coming from behind. Poco will be welcome, but it's going to be IQOOSOUL also trying to unwillingly help the likes of VXT, while Raiden, he has been knocked out. The Molotov's being tossed in the right spot. It's going to be really problematic for 4 Miracle to survive, while they have been decimated one after another. As ALIBABA, he's surviving, but Goblin has all the information in the world. One good nade or maybe some couple of connections can just put an end to the run of ALIBABA. 4 Miracle, they have been the party spoilers. They have been the pure menace for the side of IQOOSOUL in the previous match of Miramar. This is the best possible opportunity for the likes of IQOOSOUL to thrive and take a revenge and wipe the entirety of 4 Miracle Esports in the map of Sanhok, where they could have earned a lot more points. They do have 2 finishes to work out with, but right now the shot's being fired on Manya. He's trying to survive IQOOSOUL. They're in those compounds, but Genesis won't leave any chance for IQOOSOUL to thrive with all the 4 players. But this is an opening for 4 Miracle Esports as well.
Oh yes, it is an opening. They're running back, trying to zero in the location as well. But overall, I would say that IQOOSOUL is going to stay safe and intact. 4 Miracles still not taking a big gamble right here. But Manya, the moment he got up, he has taken down yet another player. Dragon being the last man standing from the likes of 4 Miracle, and Manya has healed himself as well. A good call from the likes of IGL, of IQOOSOUL, and now they can redirect their entire approach towards the main characters. The Alphas, who are there in the dead center, shots fired from every single corner, and Genesis, for now, they are capitalizing the entire situation and the place. RIVALRYXNRI, they're in deep trouble, but Goblin at the same time, he wanted to give in some cover fire, but unfortunately, he's going to be taken down. Surviving with some good amount of HP right now.
Look at the esports, look at the position. There the coastal lines lying low. This is the approach that they want to adapt to, but IQOOSOUL, this is a great opportunity. They've only got 1 finish. That's really disheartening for all the efforts and the knockouts that they took. They've only got 1 confirmation. They need a lot more finishes if they want to climb up the ladder. 1 point or 2 points won't be something that they would really love to. They would really love to be in. But right now, if we talk about IQOOSOUL's positioning inside the circle, they do have the circle advantage. This is a really great move. Genesis, LIKHITA, Rivalry, everybody has to enter, while IQOOSOUL, they are in the commanding position. They can have the cruise control of the entire match. And for so far, Sam has been knocked out by Soham, and RIVALRYXNRI, one last player carrying the dreams of the entire team.
They have to bury the hatchet as soon as possible. This is the Red Bull standoff that we're watching. 4 teams right in front of us. IQOOSOUL being the healthy lads out there. Just 2 finishes, but they have the mankind advantage. LIKHITA on the other end. They are still there, intact, fighting, surviving. But I believe this one player who went for a short swim, he's going to go ahead and get knocked as soon as possible in play zone. It's doing a lot of damage. It's not going to let them survive for a longer time. But Gokul, look at the way he's bouncing all of those nades. One by one. Even Shadow is showcasing his own gameplay. Pukar, he's been taken down. LIKHITA Esports, they're the ones who are facing the casualties. They're the ones who are facing the front force approach of this opponent. But look at IQOOSOUL just running forward and seizing the winner with a chicken dinner.
Incredible game. They have total of 7 finishes in their name by the end of this map of Sanhok. What a beautiful game it has turned out to be for the side of IQOOSOUL. 17 points is what they will be walking away. A much needed game for IQOOSOUL to make a comeback in the top 8, but followed by that, even LIKHITA coming with such a consistent performance might just be the start of their comeback towards the top 8.
Now, this is what I had predicted. LIKHITA Esports have been the most consistent team. If Godlike is playing this game, they tend to go on that finish-oriented map. But What's more important for us right now is to look at the success rate of IQOOSOUL as well. If the circle happens towards that Cap Alpha region and somewhere around that vicinity, they've continuously made sure to convert that game into chicken dinner. Not just a chicken dinner, but also have so much finishes in their pocket that it's good enough for them to somehow climb the ladder and cement themselves in a good spot.
Exactly. And right now, this map of Sanhok has been one of the map of comebacks. And on to that, we will be having a small Red Bull replay of what happened in the final circle. IQOOSOUL did not have much finishes, even if they had got so many knockouts all across the areas of Haten. In the end, it was all about RIVALRYXNRI, VXT chiming in, getting those confirmations. But still, by the very end, IQOOSOUL, they were very stubborn with their positioning. They were very accurate with where they wanted their nades to be in, and they caught all the finishes what they desired at the very end. And with all those finishes that they've accumulated, they've got 7 in total, and with a 17-pointer game, they are much likely to be around the areas of top 5.
Absolutely. Now, IQOOSOUL, until that final moment, in the 5th circle, I saw that they had around 0 finishes. And somewhere I felt like in case 4 Miracles and Rivalry pounce upon IQOOSOUL, they might walk away with just 1 or 2 points, which is going to hurt them deeply when we look at the overall standing. But somehow Manya's magic, especially Nakul's flank from outside, of that hard compounds, did give them an idea that LIKHITA Esports is close by. So they were able to stop LIKHITA in their tracks as well. With this, ladies and gentlemen, a really good game of Sanhok has come to an end. But the upcoming maps are going to be more interesting because we have got 2 Erangel, 2 default maps, and in between those is going to be a map of Miramar. All of this is going to be happening the other side. So make sure you don't go far away. Grab your snacks and come back soon. So this is a short break for you.
Three power pack matches are almost done, and we are halfway through to this final day. 3 more matches still left, and we are having these questions in our mind: which 8 teams will be solidifying their spot to qualify for the final 8 of the grand finals. But right now, joining me alongside me is going to be Arka, and we will be breaking down of what happened in the map of Sanhok more precisely. But for you guys also watching us live, make sure to grab a can of Red Bull for yourself, because yes, there are 3 more matches and we want you guys to stay energetic.
Absolutely. Now, coming back to the map of Sanhok, there have been some shocking results, to be frank, because I expected GDR to yet again convert a decent game, try to survive into the top 3. They failed to do so. Even though there were several other teams who had the circle under their control, especially VXT and OG, the way they were fighting in between those ridges, I still felt like, they are the teams who might make their way into the circle. But out of nowhere, I see that LIKHITA Esports are on the shorelines and trying to defend their territory from there on. And they did to an extent do it as well.
Exactly, but when we talk about the MVP of this game, it has to be RIVALRYXNRI server. The way he defended his place and the way he got finishes for his team does remark that how much important this player is for the entire team. He's in the MVP rank in the 19th position, but you can see the finish contribution. All the 5 finishes that was acquired by RIVALRYXNRI has been done and conceded by your server himself.
Absolutely. Now that's the best part, right? When you're doing all the hard work for your team, you're just not going to walk away with nothing. So they've got 9 points in total, which is more than enough for them to retain the spot they were holding previously, or rather climb up the ladder as well. Whereas we have some disappointments on the right hand side of this points table, where we've got Godlike with just 4 points, Revenant, XSPARK with 3, VG with 3. These are the teams who had to perform. OGs on the other side have another disappointment, and I don't think so it's easier for these teams to make a comeback from here on. Just 3 maps left. We've got IQOOSOUL and LIKHITA on the very top with 17 and 12 points each.
Exactly. And over the course of time, we just talk about the kind of setbacks, and we've also talked about the comebacks that has been there for the side of LIKHITA Esports, even RIVALRYXNRI and VXT. So we can get a gist about this as we will be diving onto the overall standings or not. We'll have a question, but if we have a look on the overall standings, we'll get to know how much every match is making a difference in the overall standings. So good games for Versatile. RIVALRYXNRI is putting up pressure on Hero Extreme, Godlike and IQOO 8-bit because they have failed to score many points. And just for the sake of a reminder that every match counts in, if Godlike did not manage to get 5 to 6 average points in the other remaining games, it would be really tough for them to be in the top 8.
I mean, every single fan in the Indian gaming community right now wants IQOOSOUL and Godlike to do better. They really want these teams to make it into the top 8 so that they can enjoy another, grand final taking place with these two big, legends in the game. But ultimately, it's time for us to head into the next map of the day. Without any further ado, Necros, I do believe that I'm gonna bring back yet again Ozora in my place, because both of you have been doing a good job in the map of Sanhok.
Thank you, Arka. And right now, yes, we will be having Ozora on the desk as a replacement of Arka. But right now, looking onto the entire flight path, you do see them starting from the areas of Novorupnoi, in the southern part of Milta Power, and ending in the areas of Severnia, completely northeastern side of flight path, as we are witnessing right now. All the teams, they will be looking forward to reach their respective drop locations. But I'm really wondering what will happen in the areas of Yasna Polyana, because at this moment I feel like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, VENOM Gaming and even Alibaba Raiders, they would have decided that there's nothing that would change the overall standings, even though if they perform bad or good.
Well, Seoul is going to be providing their entire dugout towards the school area itself. Rozok is going to be heavily captivated by either it can be from the likes of IQOO Revenant, or it can be from the likes of Venom Gaming as well. Because these two teams, they still need to dish it out. They still need to fight and have a really good game. And like I heard from the last time, the way IQOO Revenant went ahead and played so well in the map of Miramar and later on could not capitalize, they're still going to be thinking how to go ahead and jot down all of those pieces. But talking about Hero Extreme Godlike, they'll be heading all the way towards Severny, but I believe that they're going to have a little bit of detour as well. Talking about the drop clashes, we can see it's upon us yet again.
Oh, indeed. Alibaba Raiders are already in a mix. They are always hungry for the finishes. This time it's going to be original gangsters against whom they're going up against. And Egi with a beautiful jump shot. He manages to get one confirmation. Finish acquired. Beautiful positioning by Alibaba Raiders, as they are looking forward to see some more points for their side. They want to be in the table topping position alongside spoiling the teams of a lot more teams.
Oh, this is not done for. This is not getting over just yet. Original gangsters. They have the information. Egi just running around, creating a lot of chaos. But Biswaroop, he's right around that corner. Shots fired. I believe this is going to be a wrong warning sign coming from his end. There's a pump action right in front, but look at the way the shots are just ringing up. Biswaroop somehow manages to take down one player. He can confirm that as soon as possible. But that one final shot, I believe he's gonna bleed out. But other than that, what about the others? What can they do? Biswaroop trying his level best to go ahead and clutch out for the entire team. Alibaba Raiders, so far they have played so miraculously when it came to the map of Sanhok, and now I believe the entire tyranny or the wrath of this entire team is gonna be over. Last man standing, JD, what can he do? Oh, there's a third party!
Oh, look at this! Yeah, exactly, IQOO Orangutans coming into the picture. They have heard all the commotion. This is their time to pounce in. Biswaroop can be the party spoiler. He can be the one to just end the run. But now this is the time Original Gangsters, they have summed themselves up. Biswaroop won't be standing a chance this time. MVP is being revived by Goblin. There's still hope for the side of Original Gangsters. IQOO Orangutan. One good match is what they need. 96 points on the board. And from here, a 20-pointer game. It can turn the entire table upside down. And IQOO Revenant, IQOO Orangutan, they do require a performance like that. They've started things off early on a good note. As Alibaba Raiders, they've only got JD Gaming still alive, alongside when you've got Original Gangsters, 2 of the players still remaining. They are also close by to IQOO Orangutan with 97 points. If Original Gangsters get eliminated right here in this entire Milta compound, then I can say, or we might have to say, that Original Gangsters, they won't be qualifying for the top 8, and they do realize the gravity of the situation.
Indeed, they do. That's the reason they're taking a step back and assessing the entire situation. I mean, the moment I saw IQOO Orangutan just bouncing in, reaching towards the entire area, I thought that it's all over. But even orangutans are taking it slow. They're not rushing forward. But this is one of the places which the entire team of Hero Extreme Godlike is already captivated. That is going to be the Stalber region. Nobody can come towards this area and claim the throne. One knock came through, one elimination. Team looks so far concrete, but they need to keep this performance. Right now, they have shifted the entire paradigm towards the 10th position. And before this, they were in 8th. They were in top 8. Just think what just happened at the final circles in the map of Sanhok that has completely changed the entire course of action.
Exactly, and that's why, like, Hero Extreme Godlike, they just got 4 total points. That too in terms of finishes, which Admino got for his team. Couldn't get much more, otherwise things could have been different. But OJD Gaming, he's cooking up a nade, should give a lot of splash damage, which he will have been aware of that there's one player surviving, but it's a double swing coming under the way. And this is going to be the end for the likes of Alibaba Raiders. They have had a really great run, but yeah, that's where the lines will be drawn. They've crossed the 150 marker, so there is nothing that they need to worry about. But yes, one thing is for sure, Alibaba Raiders, they're up on a mission of making it hard for the teams at the bottom to qualify for the top 8. And specifically, I feel like they are targeting those teams, those who can be a little bit problematic for them in the grand final.
You know, so far, I don't feel that they're the one who are targeting the people who are there in the bottom, table bottom. It's the opposite. The table bottom people are trying to go ahead and get that 100% precision accuracy when it comes to drop clashes. So Original Gangsters, they were here to get that vengeance, and they very well got that as well. So kudos to them. But Alibaba Raiders, they're already way too high up in the cloud, and I don't think so anyone can even drop them down like a bird.
It's very tough. And we do realize that right now, we're almost in such a position when we can talk about IQOOSOUL. In terms of individual plays, they have excelled in the LCQ playoffs. And one thing is for sure, so far, if you ask me, that Hero Extreme Godlike as well as IQOOSOUL, they have played, like Hero Extreme Godlike, they have played 44 matches without a chicken dinner, 53 matches for IQOOSOUL without a chicken dinner. So you can understand, right? So many matches they have played in this entire tournament. So many chicken dinners they could have got for themselves, but they couldn't. But even after all these commotions, they are still fighting it out for the top 8 spot to be in the grand finals and get a chunk of that massive prize pool.
That's a bigger picture. That's why they all are fighting right now, going ham against each other. Qualification is right upon them and needs to be done in a very fancy manner. Top 8 will head towards the grand finals. And for that, you need to survive till the very end. It cannot be just this map that you are done for. You have given your 100%. You never know what's going to happen next. So that's how you have to prepare yourself. Genesis, Hero Extreme Godlike, LIKHITA, they're also in this run. And LIKHITA, unfortunately, this map, they're running short with one person. I don't know what happened there, but okay, whatever the cause was, whatever the casualty were looking like, I hope that they can weasel out of the situation and at least get more finishes than they actually have right now.
Finishes has always been the key, right?
And
We've
placing
talked
points.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Finish has always been those additional masala to the dish that you're cooking with all those placement points. But right now, Blitz Esports, this is a big rotation that is going underway. And while Forever Esports, they're trying to just break it down as quickly as possible. Tokyo, he's one of the key players now. He will be under the radars. Shots are being fired. This is going to be a really important position. Two players traveling in a single Dacia can be literally the first and the primary target for the likes of Forever Esports. As Lucifer is still chasing down, but he's decided let's not push it further away. The circle is down in the southeastern side, which is again home for a lot of teams. IQOO, Orangutan, Original Gangsters, Forever Esports. They can literally reap benefits the most out of it. But right now the main question arises, which teams will be having the central spot for their side? Because a lot of teams are trying to play it slow, through the edges like Hero Extreme Godlike or maybe God's Reign. But a lot of teams, they want to be in the smack center and get a lot more finishes.
I've seen those kind of teams as well heading towards the smack center and then getting absolutely obliterated from 4 different directions. But this time I believe it's going to be a different approach from multiple teams. Late rotations being called in from the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, God's Reign, and all of these teams. They're still outside surviving the wrath of the blue, but it's just that it's the early phase, so they can take how much of a damage they want, but later on they have to come inside. Look at the entire lobby. I can see 5 teams already outside going for the slow start, and then later on think about what will be the master plan in order to get that winner chicken dinner at the end of the day. Rambo, we've seen some individual strides coming from his end. He has been spectacular, but against VXT, he needs to have like a big brain in order to win the fights. As Somraj is already way too behind, trying to provide the support to Equinox.
But one thing that Blitz can do right now is just to go all around, play through the edges. You've got so many compounds to play along. You don't have to play in the upper ridges. You can go back to the Potato Hill. You have got some compounds out there. And you are aware there are so many teams are right across you. So it's better you just take 2 steps back. As Arka has said once again, take 2 steps back in order to come up with a big jump. It's what Blitz have to adapt. They need to just fall back for now and find a better position inside the circle. But IQOO Orangutan, they have once again chimed in. They came here just a few moments ago, eradicated the entirety of Alibaba Raiders. And then now it's Original Gangsters, those who are in the compounds. And I feel IQOO Orangutan, they're searching for them. While OG, both the players, they have literally cut off every sound.
And these 2 players are still surviving. My goodness, MVP and Goblin. That's really good. They still want to give that surviving chance for the entirety of Original Gangsters. And on the other end, the Apes, the Orangutans, running ahead, trying to check every single area. And then once they find a really good spot, they're going to have that perfect base for themselves. Before all of that, they're having a really nice scout session.
Look at him. Admin rolling around the eastern hills of the map of Erangel, around the prison area, trying to just find whether there are teams, because the gunshots are coming in, the sounds are coming in. AKOP will be putting down Goblin, one of the crucial players. IQOO Orangutan, they've come uphill this time after scouting all the area urban compounds. Milta and Goblin, I'm not sure whether he's going to get a revival, and his teammates have decided that this time it's not possible for Goblin to get a revival, so we just have to back off from this fight in order to grab some more points. Because if it's a 0-pointer game or a 3-4-pointer game for IQOOSOUL, they might just again drop down from the top 8 spot that they've acquired. But Admino has got all the information in the world. His position will be compromised, and it's going to be a really good decision and a wise choice for Admino to fall back, while IQOO Orangutan, they might be a little bit more interested in securing a finish off Hero Extreme Godlike's one of the players, as WizGod and Veron. They're trying to chase him out, and it is a very good decision if Admino tries to reunite with his teammate and tries to just go close to his teammates who are nearby. And the shot's being fired. Admino is dropped down to very low HP. There will be Veron coming close by, but Veron will be put down. The backup arrives as IQOO Orangutan. They have to take a dig against Hero Extreme Godlike, but right now they have also decided to fall back.
Oh, that was a big blunder already right there. One player knocked and completely eliminated. Hero Extreme Godlike, it'll just give them the fodder, it'll just give them more confidence in order to go ahead and run the same things again and again. Orangutan, at one point of time, I did think that they could have taken the entire situation south for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, but Godlike was just godlike. They were prepared, they knew what needs to be done. At the end of the day, when the dust settles, it's them who are victorious against the opponents. For now, just for 1 point, but then it's just the man count disadvantage that they've already given to IQOO Orangutan. That is really important at this point of time.
Exactly.
Just 3 players? God's reign?
I mean, the job is done for them.
A twist? Yeah, the job
It's
is
pretty
done.
much out.
I mean, the cat is already out of the box. It's no more a Schrodinger's cat, so it's alive, it's healthy, it has eaten a lot of food, and it's kicking.
Yeah. It's kicking just too good. He spoiled the dreams of so many teams, it seems, God's reign. But it's, once again, their performance. They've been consistent. All the players are looking good, in form. It's a good sign for the trophy magnet Destro to come back in the picture. Didn't have a really great upper bracket round for them, for their side. But coming down to the LCQ, playing some more matches, have given them the opportunity to bounce back and play it better. Talking about the entire circle, you talk about VXT being the smack center for Ever Esports. They have a really good spot alongside for Miracle Esports as well.
Shelter.
So I just wonder how the fights in the south are gonna prove up, because when you talk about for Miracle, they have been really dominating when it came down to the map of Miramar. They've got so many finishes, snatched away some really good points from the likes of IQOOSOUL. But the next circle shift is where everything relies on. Everything depends on. But it seems like LIKHITA Esports, they will be facing some backlashes as well.
What do you think? Any guesses? East, west, southeast, northwest, northeast?
Shelter open grounds.
Shelter open grounds, let's go. I was hoping for the same thing, and that's where the actual masala starts to brew up. Multiple teams trying to find some fake solitude right around the corner, thinking that they are safe, and all of a sudden there's an entire team having the height advantage. Bam, 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 and that's it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm hoping for the same, and I believe LIKHITA is thinking something different. They want to get more elimination points. They want to get finish points at this point of time. They're running short with 2 men already. And with this, they need to play it very smart if they want to have a fighting chance. They're currently sitting at 11th position. In order to topple down Hero Extreme Godlike, Genesis, RIVALRYXNRI, they need to perform way too good in order to reach towards the top 8.
Oh yeah. Already you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. They are just running through between so many rotations. Toy has got one opening, and that's going to be Admino being put down. Punk has to be really the one to take the command, but Toy, he has got a backup right behind him. Hero Extreme Godlike needs to prioritize the revivals, and they are doing it so. But VXT, they are trying to chime in, and they will run over Simp. There is literally no backup. Jonathan tried to provide some support, but that was not enough alongside Punk. Hero Extreme Godlike, they will be losing 2 players in the blink of an eye, and they have to make a fallback. There's no way Admino can be revived. Oh,
No
that's
way.
4. That's really upsetting performance from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. Admino, every time he has been alive in the final circle, he has found the values. But him being absent can cause a lot more problems for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike.
You know, after what happened towards the biggest tournament, recent times itself, Somraj gave a big statement, and right now it just feels personal. Like the way he's just rolling around, taking down the entire lots of Hero Extreme Godlike. At the end of the day, it's about the execution, which looks really good for the likes of VXT. Genesis, alright. Shadow, look at him. This lad was so on point. He went, he got a 1 free finish point, and he came back. Safe.
That's the kind of clarity that you want in your gameplay, in your lifestyle. But for now, when you just talk about Venom Gaming, they are in the mix and they are looking forward for these opportunities. 14 teams, 41 players alive. Venom Gaming, they haven't had a really great outing in the upper brackets, neither in the LCQ playoffs. But the final 3 matches is where they would love to find some points and spoil some of the games of the top teams. While you talk about God's Reign, 3-man, still 2 finishes without a single scratch on their side.
Oh yes. Oh, by the way, for you all viewers who are watching right now, 850k is our next goal. Go ahead and accomplish that. And 20 people are gonna get that chance to win the Royal Pass. And you all know Royal Pass gives you a lot of opportunities to get the suits, get the weapon skins, and whatnot. And you can flex it in front of your friends. And let them play as well on your account if you want them to enjoy that.
Oh, exactly. Oh, look at the shots being taken on the likes of Hero Extreme. Godlike Punk is knocked out. IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK. They know this is their opportunity, and every time they are in a situation where they can convert some finishes, they don't back off, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they're doomed. They are literally doomed. Banana comes into the picture. Punk again has been knocked out. Shadow's random sprays make those connections. Shadow has been really persistent in terms of gameplay, but right now, Banana is just too good. Hero Extreme Godlike will be getting down and out with only 2 finishes in their bag without a single placement point. This can be problematic, and the next 2 matches are really going to be vital for their side if they want to be in the top 8. While IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK, 6 finishes in the bag with 2 players lost, and they are looking really confident.
That was a lovely split coming in. Shadow looking at the hindsight, and Banana with his front foot forward just going ham against the opponents. Really good. Love to see it. But where was this IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK before? What happened? All of a sudden they're shifting the paradigm, but I believe it's way too late. They need to have some really good games, and unfortunately they just don't have the man count advantage that currently 8-bit has.
Exactly. And right now, look into this situation. IQOO 8-bit, they needed a match. They needed a match where they can get a lot more points. This is their chance. A chance of a lifetime, and Forever Esports, they are being shattered one after another. Look at the knees. Look at those artillery strikes coming onto their way. Really hard to deal with when you have good RIVALRYXNRI just behind you. Forever Esports, they're in a sandwich spot right now. Definitely not a position where they would love to be in. But right now, when you talk about IQOO 8-bit, they haven't had a single finish so far in this game. This is an opportunity. The gods of BGMI, they have given them the chance of converting this Erangel all to themselves.
It's still out in the open, the circle, sticking right close to farm. Teams have taken their own fair share of place as well. Good real estates all across. Zyrax on the other end, knocked by the play zone. Not a good sight for all the late players out there who are thinking that they can call in the rotation at the nth time. It doesn't work like that. You're going to be gate kept. You might get shot as well. Pukar, well, I think the entire lot of LIKHITA. No, Fierce is still alive. So, Fierce being the last man standing, let's see how well he can go ahead and guide the final few breaths of LIKHITA Esports. But other than that, I feel that the late rotations are causing a lot of chaos, and in the middle of all of that, RNTX, they're on a different battle altogether against Venom Gaming. So let's see, what can they do?
Oh, exactly. In the mix, you talk about Venom, he's barely trying to survive and race through all these teams. It would be a lucky man if he survives, though. Just look at 1, 2, 3, at least 3 teams pounding on him. Left, right, and center, the shots being fired, but he manages to survive. Have to give credit to his luck. But right now, talk about IQOO 8-bit. Still, what is this kind of play? I mean, they do realize that they need points, and the placement points only won't get them where they want to be in. They need to be a tad bit more aggressive. A calculative, aggressive approach is what IQOO 8-bit needs. They do realize Forever Esports, they're right in front of the compound that they have, but also RIVALRYXNRI being in the mix is preventing them. But they need to take a call. They need to come up with a certain decision. If they don't eradicate these teams as quickly as possible, in the next circle shifts, IQOO 8-bit won't be even allowed to enter the circle. They have to clear the back.
IQOOSOUL. Right now, they're just sticking their necks out, trying to get the additional bit of information. Fierce right in front, Genesis right behind them. They're right in the dead center. And this compound is not going to last for a long time. Just one buggy right beside them to call in for a rotation, which I believe is a very dicey situation for them. Genesis Good squad cleans all across, and I can see even AKOP getting knocked on the ground. The entire part of holding the vicinity was this, to spot where the opponents are coming from. And 8-bit, look at them shine! They have managed to shut down their arch nemesis IQOO. Orangutan, Revenant have also parted ways from this map. It's only a couple of IQOOs left. Soul alongside 8-bit. Let's see how they can go ahead and chime in.
In the meantime, all the teams in the bottom, they will be praying. Hero Extreme, Godlike would be praying that somehow RIVALRYXNRI or these teams perform a tad bit better. But IQOO 8-bit and LIKHITA takes an early exit, which will grant them the access to the top 8 in the next couple of matches as well. But IQOO 8-bit, they're in a position. They can get at least 7 finishes if they wipe both these squads out.
That's
Or maybe of a bare minimum of 5 finishes is what they should get. And they have to take a call. If they don't wipe them out, they won't even get a free entry, as we mentioned earlier. But right now, LIKHITA Esports, look at the split that they have. Pukar in the compounds, Fear surviving in a shack. They do realize that if one player gets taken down, the other will still survive and get the placement points. Because LIKHITA, they don't have the numbers, but RIVALRYXNRI, they have finally decided to pounce on the players of Forever Esports. This is a golden opportunity for the likes of IQOO 8-bit, but right now even VXT, they have been shot left, right and center. 2 players knocked and confirmed. God's Reign, they're looking really strong, and they're looking forward to find all the finishes all across the map of Erangel, not letting anybody slip away.
Somraj, he has slipped away from this entire situation though. Gonna find that peaceful shack for himself, but one nade can take all of his hopes out from this map as well. Somraj, he needs to play it very smart. He has a couple of throwables, that's it. One Molotov, one smoke, just to replace the entire position or have the eyes off of the opponents for just few moments. Forever, RIVALRYXNRI, very close to each other, but still Forever is taking a fight against 8-bit. Talk about audacity, oh my goodness. Pineapple on the other end. Original Gangsters, they have been shut down completely with just 5 finishes in their pocket, and now the entire team is surmounting, rushing forward. 8-bit, what do you have in mind? It feels like they just want to go ahead and full-fledged call this the operation, the execution coming forward. But Thunder, unfortunately, he's gonna be right around the corner and he gets knocked. Not a good sight for 8-bit, but still they're somehow managing to survive the wrath of every single team who are right around them.
Look at this positioning, Soham. He will be coming up with a quick revival. The shots might just be fired. The revival is not completed. Even Mafia's Need will make the connection. RIVALRYXNRI as well as Forever Esports, they will be taking an exit. IQOO 8-bit, they have striked at the very right hour of the clock, and eventually they will have 8 finishes in their name, while Somraj's position is also revealed. IQOO 8-bit, they have to come up with some quick decisions, some quick maneuvers is what they expect. They need to enter the circle, 4 seconds on the clock. The timer is ticking, the circle is very small, and in the smack center sits the gods who are reigning supreme all over the map of Erangel. Just being 3-man, they've converted 5 finishes and having such a beautiful position, and everybody just roaring up high. They are literally trying and finding out finishes left, right and center, and nobody is being spared right now.
Nobody's got to be spared. But on the hindsight, I can see 8-bit coming in as well as soon as possible. The entire band of 4 players still alive and kicking. And 4 miracles, they have been eliminated. Somraj, he thinks that he can be smart out there, but unfortunately his HP is way too low to take a fight against Delta PG. Delta PG shuts him down, and this is the Red Bull standoff that we're watching. 8-bit for now, 8 finishes strong, and they're looking so confident. On the other end, we have the God's Reign as well, currently the table toppers, and still trying to go ahead and mold this entire story of Erangel towards their corner.
This is a chance. 4v3, v2, v2. This is a situation. IQOO 8-bit, they're still in the mix. They're surviving, 8 finishes strong. Next target has to be God's Reign. One after another, step by step. Aways, Ash, they do understand how the situation is. Mr. Pineapple, Thunder, Mafia, everybody is on point in their position. The nades are precise. Justin will be getting a lot of splash damage on himself. Well, look at the positionings. IQOO 8-bit, they are playing on the edges. Apples, Molotov does make a connection. Genesis, they will be shattered. Their dreams will be shattered. Shadow is barely surviving. He has nowhere to go. The circle is in the favor of God's Reign, and they will eradicate every other brute force that come in their way.
God's Reign, Still in the center, Shadow still crawling, trying to survive. Oh, finally he gets something to heal himself with. Oh my god, that's a relief. For now, quickly applying that band-aid and then later on using the medkit. Shadow still survives. And if he is there for a little bit more time, he can at least spoil a game or two of multiple teams. But he needs to rush right about now. And I know for a fact that IQOOSOUL, they are looking right at that one player sitting in that corner. The others trying to reunite. There goes another one. Volte has been taken down. Apple just going ham. Pineapple thinking that he's going to do a smart thing to go inside the car and come out. But unfortunately, that's not going to work. Last man standing, Thunder. He's still stuck in that entire situation. IQOO 8-bit. They thought they had the upper hand, having the manpower advantage. But unfortunately, that manpower advantage is not going to yield them to anything. God's reign. Still having the opportunity, still having the momentum, but from the other end, it's IQOOSOUL as well, who want to go ahead and get this winner chicken dinner. It's very important for them to get this one. If they do, then they can secure that spot for sure.
Oh!
And look at the way things are dwindling. It's a 2v2. Oh my goodness. Delta already knocked. This can be a really good slam coming in. Manya, he needs to take the command and rush forward. Being the IGL, he's commanding his player to move forward. Along with him, double shots come through. And there comes the DBS. It connects. And there's the winner chicken dinner. IQOOSOUL. What a lovely play.
A beautiful play. IQOOSOUL, the second chicken dinner of the day. Final day, the Kings have arrived. 6 finishes in the bag. They have been really, really consistent. They have been really stubborn in their decision making, and finally it feels like all the fallen puzzle pieces are coming into the play and they're getting the value what they wanted. IQOOSOUL, another 16-pointer game which will kind of solidify their spot in the grand finals.
I mean, look at the bigger picture. Till now, Manya did not prioritize possession points. He made sure that he trains his team to, let it be a 2-man squad, let it be a 3-man squad, let it be a 4-man squad. It's always getting that conversion rate of finishes. And then finally, when they were prepared for it, that is when he puts them to the epicenter of the circle, finds them position from where they can not only get chicken dinners, but also put decent amount of finish points. And I believe IQOOSOUL fans are going to be very happy and proud about their IGL from here on.
Exactly, the way he was all intact and he was patient in that moment of all these commotion. It does signify how important this match was, and the way God's Reign handled all the situation of IQOO 8-bit. It was really incredible. But IQOO 8-bit, they were playing in a really good spread, but by the end they all got confined in a very same spot, while Manya, he striked hard when it mattered the most, and even after that, all those artillery strikes and the utils getting dumped up just beside the shack helped them to give some more splash damage to the players, which helped them in the 1-1 duels that they took in the later part of the game.
I mean, the team which has impressed me the most in this lobby has to be the side of GDR. They came in as a 3-man squad and walked away with 9 finishes and a #2 position, and that's no joke. Because without the IGL, for the first time I see the 3 assaulters, they had something in mind. They're like, you know what, we're slowly coming in form. Let's do one thing. Let's try to concentrate on getting a good position and trying to execute some finishes. And they have been successful. And precisely, I would like to call them the hooligans of the lobby from here on, because I don't think so anybody can stop them in a 4v4 battle.
No doubt about it. The way they have played and the way all the players are in form, that's what matters the most, right? When your players are in form, you know that they can handle any situation that you put them into. This is how a team functions as a unit and functions as a well-oiled machine. And it so far looks like God's Reign, they're looking and they're preparing themselves for the bigger picture that is going to be the championship title.
Now let's see, the championship title is up for grabs for all the teams in the top 8. But again, in this points table, it's good for us to say that there are several other teams almost fortifying their spot into the top 16. The grand finals is going to turn much more interesting with the fan favorite teams slowly making their way into the grand finals. But as of now, Necros, I still believe that GODLIKE will have to do some miraculous gameplay in the next 2 games to make sure that they qualify. Because from the day beginning, they've had a phenomenal start. They had 2 good games, and then after the 2 good games, the Sanhok and the Erangel seems to have not gone their way.
Exactly. Sanhok, only had 4 finishes. Even in this Erangel, everything was going good until and unless that mishap happened.
Yeah.
Admino getting taken down, then even Sim, who was trying to give him the revival, did not have any cover fire. And I was really surprised. I mean, Punk was creating some diversion. Johnson was supposed to give the cover fire, but that did not happen. But you know what? We will be breaking this map of Erangel more right after this short break. Two more matches left for this LCQ playoffs to end, but overall, we can just say that the last match was so much bombastic with the all patience game coming up from the side of IQOOSOUL to all the three-man plays that God's Reign pulled off. It was a picture-perfect match for all the BGMI fans.
You know, I've heard this phrase before: men at war are the masters of their fate. And this time, all these men fighting for the top 8 position, they're going to be questioned every single move they're going to make. They're going to be questioned for every single decision they're going to take. And I'm just waiting, man. It feels like I just had a Red Bull and I've got wings, and I'm just waiting to cast the rest of the 2 games to see which is that best 8 teams among the 16 which will be stepping into the prestigious finals of the Sky Championship 2025.
Exactly, we'll have to look forward because so far I feel like we are not going to show you the overall rankings after this, if I am not wrong, because we want to build up the suspense. We want to let you guys guess which are going to be the top 8 teams. But before that, we're going to hop on to the MVP of this particular match, and it has to be from the side of IQOO REVENANT XSPARK's Banana. He has got 6 finishes all to himself with a finish contribution of 66.67. And in the MVP rank, man is in the 2nd spot. Just imagine pulling off some great plays, pulling off some great clutches, but your team still is dwindling in the bottom of the table.
Now it doesn't matter anymore, because I believe that they have got their momentum built up. They've got their A game coming up, because they've got 9 finishes so far with no possession points, and they look forward to get more fights in the next 2 games. And imagine if REVENANT XSPARK gets a chicken dinner in the other 2 games with more than 10 finishes. Man, oh man, that is going to be another history in the making. 8-bit again showing us they are one of the consistent teams out there. IQOOSOUL and GDR, trying to cement themselves into the top 8 so that nobody else can replace them. Genesis making a comeback. VXT still, around that 8th spot, trying to jump here and there. Whereas the side of RIVALRYXNRI, 4 Miracles, LIKHITA Esports, OGs, BLITZ, GODLIKE, all these teams, they'll have to do something miraculous in the map of Miramar.
2 back-to-back games, and I still feel like IQOO, Orangutan, Original Gangsters, everybody have a chance, but they need to get something of what IQOOSOUL pulled off, right? You do want to see some back-to-back chickenness coming in. And like Sanhok and Erangel, IQOOSOUL, they've got the momentum, and it might just happen. Then the map of Miramar, even you can see IQOOSOUL making a hat-trick, because they have a chance. They have a brilliant chance of making it happen. And it can be the first hat-trick of this entire Skyesports Championship as well. But we'll have to look on. But before that, the map of Miramar once again will be coming with a lot of big obstacles for a lot of teams.
Speaking about obstacles, we'll have to see whether the gods are going to reign supreme again in the map of Miramar. Because until now, I've seen God's Reign have got success in every other map, but that of Miramar. With the 3 of their assaulters just coming into the previous game, I do believe they're going to continue to experiment, because they want to build a strongest fortress before they enter into the upcoming tournaments. And let me remind you this, the grand finals is just going to get interesting with this champion team coming into form.
Yeah, exactly. And just imagine all the 8 teams who are sitting in grand finals already. They're just watching and they're just kind of reconsidering that this was not the same God's Reign that we witnessed in the upper brackets. This was not the 4 Miracle Esports that we witnessed. This was not the IQOOSOUL we witnessed. But you can understand, the more the matches that they have played, the more they have evolved with every match, and the kind of experience that they've gathered throughout this tournament. And it is going to be really crucial how things are going to turn around in the next couple of games, because yes, we do understand you will have a 1-day break, but after that, as soon as the grand finals will get started, there has been some new additions to the picture, and you need to understand with all those new powers that will be coming in the hands of the teams and the players, they can grab a lot more points in the grand finals.
Now, speaking about turnarounds, we also have to speak about another team, another champion team in the name of Godlike, because until now they had a decent run throughout today. Yesterday was their day of comeback, and today they are looking forward to make sure they enter into the top 8, into the grand finals. The least expected team so far to somehow reach very close to the top 8. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we'll be stepping into the sands of the Golden Desert, and this is going to be the map of Miramar, with the flight path coming on our screens anytime soon.
Yep.
I would welcome my co-pilot as Azora, because I've seen you, my friend, bringing a lot of energy on the desk, and I thought I'll add some more to make it a carnival for the viewers who are listening.
Let's go. I've gotten myself the Red Bull as well. So yeah, double the energy, double the enthusiasm, and similar thing goes with the flight path as well. Absolutely love the way things are just shaping up to be. Last two games left, Arca. My oh my, and all of a sudden it feels like it's the end of the entire century, man. It's like the entire end of this tournament, but it's not. Because top 8 teams from here on will head towards the grand finals and they're going to be competing with the upper bracket top 8. So, a lot of fun to discover.
Speaking about discovering, let's see which among these teams will look forward for an early confrontation. Chumasera region, I can already see the side of 8-bit going very close to the OGs. And for some reason, both of them landing towards the Chumasera region can be a bit of a kerfuffle. Because OGs, once they get their hands on some guns, they would immediately run out of their hardcover and make sure that they put some birds in the sky down.
Well, love the split coming in. Los Leon is going to be one of the places where LIKHITA might be planning to head towards. It's a really big area. You can go ahead and find yourself some really good loot as well. But the first circle is one of the prime things that changes the entire perspective of a certain team. God's Reign on the other end, they love the southern side. They absolutely love to head towards military base whenever it comes to Erangel. It's Miramar, Bartona, Prison being one of the places where they're going to go ahead, get their desired loot. Moreover, they're going to be so happy, man, that they've already accomplished something impossible, a tough fleet. And now that the circle is already headed towards the northern side of the entire map, they're going to take their own sweet time for calling in the rotation.
And look at the circle pan out, again favoring the side of Godlike and Revenant XSPARK. The Lady Luck is closely watching these two teams and now giving them an opportunity. They need to be careful, my friend. They need to be careful. Because IQOOSOUL were eyeing for a hat-trick chicken dinner just to make sure that they're going to be the fan favorites entering into the grand finals. Are also looking strong in the La Cabrera region. Whereas Genesis at the Graveyard region will have to gatekeep a lot of teams. They have an opportunity to pick up some frags, but will they choose to do so? That's the million-dollar question.
That's a burning question out there. One player was trying to change the fate of the entire squad of Venom Gaming, but unfortunately, he did not get the perfect grip of the situation. Bishwaroop, he's getting circled in. He might be the first casualty out here. There's already one player less in this lobby, and this might just add to another one. Wait, 1 second. What is Zarax thinking? Like, there might be some guy right in front of him, so he took out the nade and he's trying to cook it.
No worry, my friend. No worry, my friend. Things are starting to fall in place for the side of Venom Gaming. And look at that. Another rush is going to be coming in, and that grenade is going to be landing in the pockets of not one but two players, giving them a lot of damage. One more player gets taken down, and with a blink of an eye, we're able to see that Venom Gaming were ruthless enough to eliminate a team. And guess what? Another set of team is just going towards them, and that's going to be in the name of Original Gangsters. Biswa, is he going to be the first one to yield towards the side of Venom Gaming? Because Venom, after rotating around, he realizes there's another team close by. He's going to be giving up the siren to his team, telling that it's time for us to bring in another assault. But still, Biswa was able to do the first damage against the side of Venom Gaming.
Well, usually I'm not ready for such confrontations. Venom Gaming came out of the syllabus. It used to be Original Gangsters versus Alibaba Raiders day in, day out, but now we are looking at a different story altogether. Toxic, well, he's right around the corner, got the confirmation as well. Venom's still right there, waiting to breathe the final breath out of his body. Once that happens, he's going to be long gone. He's parted ways already. The others, Altu, still trying to look out, scout for the entire team onto what's going on exactly in this current location. Toxic, my oh my. This guy is like very quick on his feet, and right now on the buggy, he's just loving the energy that he's providing, the information game that he can already hyper for the entire team. It's a good split, and the one person who's trying to get that information, after that, it's going to be a perfect slam, Arca.
Look at Toxic's location. Look at how he's trying to prepare that crossfire. The off angle, the flank angle. But just in case, If this strongest link breaks, then the pressure is going to go towards the side of OGs yet again. Goblin got in very close to Zyrax. As Toxic on the other side needs to watch out for his back, being clever. He does that as well. This Goblin is trying to eliminate every nook and corner of this building. And it's important for him to be careful with what he's going to do next. Because just in case they get a knock, then the story can be different. But I don't think so. That's got to be the case. Biswa is going to be pushing in. He's prepared for an assault. And it's going to be Altu who is going to be joining hands with Aimbot, restricting the player from getting inside this building. And I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them to step out. But they do, as Altu puts down Toxic. Now the tides have changed, ladies and gentlemen. Biswa also gets taken down. Goblin, he doesn't watch his back. Aimbot has got an opportunity. He does strike back. And this is the moment for the side of Venom Gaming to dominate. What a game it is turning out to be for this lad. Original Gangster gets eliminated with just one finish. But what an assault coming in from the side of Venom Gaming. And no wonder Medal have chosen them in the upcoming moments of this game.
Oh my world. They buried the hatchet as soon as possible. My goodness, Venom Gaming. The execution was absolutely amazing. And now focusing on to a bigger picture. Hero Extreme Godlike. They still want to go ahead and claim the throne, head towards the top 8. And this is one of the most crucial maps where they have to perform. And they're up against who? They're up against RNTX. It's a very deadly situation. One team who is at the dead bottom or last second, and the other one trying to go ahead and qualify. It can be anyone's game. Even Revenant can go ahead and qualify. But the only clause is that they need to get winner chicken dinner in both the games and a really good finish game as well. So there's a lot of hopes, a lot of aspiration. In the middle of all of that, we can see a perfect Dorito out here. It's a triangle and it's a very deadly one.
Speak about triangles. Now I'm getting reminded of another place altogether, the Bermuda Triangle. Does Godlike create a similar one in this map? They need to be careful again. Admino is left his back all open. And that could be a bit of an issue. If they have to strike, they have to strike as quickly as possible. I do understand the map of Miramar. No matter how close you are, you're still far away. But that doesn't give you the audacity to stay out in the open. Not allowing the opponents to get closer to you. Not striking the opponent when they're in front of you. Revenant XSPARK were badly in need of a chicken dinner. Even they are looking to play it as safe as possible.
Well, true. Jonathan has gone way too far. Still trying to zero in on the location simp on the other end. Oh my goodness, this can be very dicey. The entire operation looks so surgical. But it's just that they need to have all of the eyes on the prize. Not waver for a single second. As IQOO and TX are here to draw blood. They're here to go ahead and get some finish points. They need to qualify. They need to do it in a much more better style. But what we're expecting here from the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike is the vortex that they can create by having such a good split. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a vortex. It's just going to be a quits for now because they're still finding their chi at the current situation. Knowing that they've already prolonged this so long. And right after that, understanding that IQOOSOUL has also reached close in this vicinity, that was a really good call coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike.
Punk, a wise decision coming in. And let me remind you, in the game of BGMI, good things come to those who wait, and that's what Godlike have chosen here. IQOOSOUL on the other side, just making sure that the opponents know that they're in close proximity with one another. And look at the circle favoring all these teams to the dead center. Water treatment. This is the place you would want to be with a little bit of a high grounds in your favor. Ladies and gentlemen, things are starting to fall in place for the teams who are doing the hard work from the get-go. But as Manya, for now, is going to be shot at from the side of Revenant XSPARK. And Venom Gaming, look at them traverse around the Asia and the Del Petron region. So close to comfort, because the name of the comfort is VXT.
VXT is also hanging by a thread. They need to also start getting in more eliminations, more finish points. I mean, I get it, the previous one was not that great. Now's the time where if you want to be in the top 8 and not get dethroned by anyone else, you need to start performing. Venom Gaming, good initiations. They're looking super strong in this entire lobby with 8 finished points, and they're still rotating, running across. Zyrax completing an entire squad alongside Altu as well. Individual brilliance is through the roof in this team, and I'm just feeling that they're somehow trying to get back in this entire game. So for that, they need to do a lot of heavy lifting as well. This finish streak should not end. As of now, it needs to at least reach towards a higher double digit. That's how they can embark the perfect comeback journey for themselves.
If you want some exact numbers, I do not shy away from providing it. Ron, yet again, facing the same fate. And he has to be the first person who gets taken down from the side of OG. I wonder what's happening with his rotations. Or is he the person who's taking the lead? He's telling the IGL that let me be in the front line. It's okay even if I get taken down. Is that the call coming from his favor? I think so, because Aru on the other side has already done the deed. He's got a fair trade with the name of Reaper.
Reaper hasn't been confirmed just yet. Admiro on the other end, he's been taken down, confirmed as well. Tokyo, my goodness. Those shots from the SMG are definitely just making the entire lives of Hero Extreme Godlike a living hell for now. AKOP just trying to run away from this current situation. Shots fired at him, and it is 4M still waiting for their time to shine yet again.
For Miracle, they've already done the deed if you ask me, because they had really good points before the start of today, and after which they've been showing some brilliant consistency, due to which I think this is also going to be one of the other teams who have set their hands on that golden ticket to the grand finals. As IQOOSOUL, look at this slithering snake in the map of Miramar. Slowly and steadily inching towards the side of Revenant XSPARK. Whereas Godlike, after losing a player, now decide to fall back from a certain position. And this shows that when an aggressive team is falling back from a fight, they're bound to be under pressure.
The pressure situation already feels like it's surmounting Arca. Final 2 maps. You have to qualify, you have to reach towards the top 8, and all the teams are just playing it to perfection now. If they would have done it that bit much more earlier, it would have been really good for them. But overall, it's all about the timing, it's all about the place, the accuracy that you can go ahead and build the entire thing upon. That's one of the places where Manya comes into the picture. Good games all across. Love the enthusiasm from this lad. I'm talking about Sanhok. Good executions all across. And now yet again, alongside Erangel as well. So 2 places that the entire team was just going ahead and playing it with 100% focus. And this is yet another opportunity for them to embark on. Manya, way too close to comfort though. One small mistake, one small peak, he might go down.
And I don't think so it's going to matter to them, because Manya is kind of confident that he has qualified into the grand finals. Because it's visible by their body language. They're ready to take those fights. They're ready to stay out in the open. They're ready to challenge the opponents. And as I said already, Manya, it seems like he's trained this team throughout the phase of this tournament. Let's not forget that from the upper bracket, they were thrown down. And then they start to come in the last chance qualifiers. From the get-go, it seems like they were just concentrated on getting only finish points. You know, this IGL is trained a deadly team right now, with Goblin closing the deal, being that perfect puzzle for the team, where Gokul and Goblin, look at them go hand in hand every single time. Shots has been taken, but it's been missed by a mile, and this could be a big issue. Pukar on the other side takes down 2 players of that of 4 Miracle.
Oh my god. Another battle being brewed up. Oh, there comes the flash apple. He needs to run away. He's still running away for his life, but he's burning down to crisp as well. 1 HP is what he's left with. But the energy drinks, alongside the pills, they're helping him get back the HP right about where he needs to survive. Goblin, big mistake coming in. Banana takes him down, and there comes a Complete elimination as well. Shadow from the other end, just chiming in. The entire team just working like a single unit. IQOO, RNTX. Seems like they have gotten like 4 free points, but for that they need to earn it yet again. Good splash damage, but Manya is long away from that place. He just knows. Right now, they need to execute it by hook or crook. A beautiful nade coming through. Knuckle, there comes the follow-up as well. But the entire team is not leaving the backs of each other. And that's one of the lovely things that I'm looking at RNTX right now.
Absolutely, but what a reflex coming in from the side of Knuckle. A perfect shot being executed against the side of Banana. And I do believe this is the beginning of the end for the side of RNTX. What a game it is turning out to be for the side of IQOOSOUL. Even though they've dealt with 2 casualties, the confidence is still surging high. And look at the third-party kings this time around. It's going to be in the name of Godlike. They come in to strike. They need to be careful. As Jonathan and Punk, very close to them is going to be the 2 players of Revenant XSPARK who are going in for a revival. Does Punk realize that they are way too close? Because Venom Gaming, they are also interested to come into this fray.
Exactly. The moment they saw there's a huge fight going on, they're here to ponder upon and get more finish points. Already, they're up with 8, and now they're looking for more. And that's lovely. The enthusiasm on peak. And this entire split, the entire area, looks like it's filled with opponents. But first, it needs to be really good execution. IQOOSOUL, not a good situation that they're currently in. Knuckle, the Batman is already knocked. He's on the ground. The finish can go in for the likes of Rivalry, X, NRI, and that's what they're going to do. Gokul on the other end did take down Gojo. For how long can they keep this entire battle? Gojo, one mistake and is obliterated. Just imagine the amount of presence of mind IQOOSOUL is having right now.
Absolutely. They have eyes all over their body. And they're able to sniff out each and every team who are coming closer to their vicinity. And every corner they look, they're strong enough to lay one body or another. Altu, getting way too close. He does see the position of Simp, immediately punishes him. Now Johnny and Punk, they can't do much. All they can do right now is watch their teammate get decimated. Because the setup, the crossfire setup was not at all there coming in from the side of Godlike. And Altu with continuously jiggling at this position. I don't think so it's easy for Johnny or Punk to take that fight. But ultimately, the push comes in and the inevitable one where Venom Gaming as well as Godlike, they're head-to-head in this compound.
IQOO and PX. They're like a rose between 2 thorns. All the teams are just surrounding them and somehow they're managing to go ahead and say, oh no, Frosty. But unfortunately, this is one of the places where Hero Extreme Godlike are going to break their silence and they're going to be taking down this entire finish-hungry team. Venom Gaming is just running chaos in this lobby and I'm loving it.
Right now, the dark horses in the lobby is yet again Venom Gaming. They've lost this flow and all of a sudden they're able to regain their position, regain their cautiousness. As all 3 players, look at that, they're not even bothered that they've had a casualty before. 11 finishes strong is what this team is looking. At the very bottom of the overall standing, I thought that this team might be under a little bit of a pressure. But they're playing like they have nothing to lose. They're playing like as if they're in control by some devil within them. But let's see whether they're able to convert some more finishes because their rotation seems to be going in towards the side of Revenant XSPARK. And not only that, the best part is there's nobody to backstab the side of Venom Gaming.
What is going on, Venom Gaming? The kahunas on this entire team, they're just rushing forward. They ignored the entire lot of IQOO RNTX and taking a different fight altogether against IQOOSOUL. Knuckle way too low on HP, but Knuckle retaliates harder than ever. And he's still having the fighting chance. Gokul already knocked on the ground. He's asking for help, but Knuckle, he needs to heal instantly. This is not looking good for the entire team of IQOOSOUL. They might reach into towards the verge of being completely extinct. Knuckle still trying his level best. Altu and Aimbot, they're the 2 players who are still going ham against this one player. But what is IQOO RNTX doing? What are they doing? Waiting for the show? No, just chime in.
They did chime in from a distance because they knew if they step out of that cover, they might lose another player. But ultimately, by the time they come in, the recovery is always already happened from the side of Venom Gaming. Apple gets too close to comfort. Atul is already picking up the grenade. He does toss in. The Molotov is going to be following up closely, as Apple will have to do something different. But check the back lines. It's going to be the side of Orangutan who are coming in closer. The more they extend this fight, the more they're going to find their ribs beating their backs in coming in from the side of OG.
One mistake and look at IQOO and takes yet again. They're in another compound and they're just waiting for another third party to take place, and that's when they can chime in. When they were having a really good battle, Venom Gaming against IQOOSOUL, they should have chimed right in at that particular time. But now they've attracted a lot of attention, multiple teams swarming right across this area itself, and I can see VXT as well in the mix of all of that. Right next to them, LIKHITA Esports, and we have seen today's day, Arka, LIKHITA have been in a different form altogether.
Oh, from yesterday, I would rather say from yesterday, because there's been another player playing in the name of Pukar, and from the moment he's joined the team until now, they've been doing really good when it comes to the close range battles. Yes, the rotations have also turning out to be much more better. They're able to differentiate between good fight, bad fights, due to which they're able to place themselves in the final moments of every single map they're playing. But as of now, they're at a distance watching each and every team decimate one another. And I do believe that's the best thing for them to do, because ultimately, a chicken dinner for them as well is going to be the most crucial thing they need to acquire.
For that, they have to do a lot of hard work. IQOO Orangutan Aru, he knows that the backlines are not completely easy to go ahead and take control with. BLITZ, Tokyo, right around the corner. My goodness, I'm just loving the way the teams are just chiming in again and again, knowing that this is going to be the epidome, the epicenter of all of the action. And they're slowly but surely reaching there. VXT have like 3 players right in front of them. In order to head towards the circle or even get the compound region, they need to take this fight desperately and win it nonetheless.
Venom Gaming, as you said, the center of attraction to all the teams out there. But the best part is they've got ample amount of loot, because they've taken down the complete squad of IQOOSOUL who were inside that building. And due to which, they would have got some decent amount of loot. Retaliation is going to be their final objective. But as of now, we're able to see that VXT and RIVALRYNRI are having a ball of a time in exchanging those throwables. And both the teams are having a bit of success in it.
A bit of success, yep. Yes, indeed. Gojo, he needs to somehow manage the situation now. RIVALRYXNRI, 4 players right in front of them. Doesn't look like a really good spot for them. Moreover, the entire circle, yes, it is on them. And that's what makes the entire situation even more deadly. S-Power, shots fired, and S-Power has been taken down. Gojo, so quick with his trigger discipline. And he's instantly melted down a big player out there. VXT. Now they have to take a step back. Go ahead, revive S-Power, and then go ahead for the execution. But in the middle of all of that, it's going to be LIKHITA Esports who are going to join hand in this entire action. And this might be the demise of VXT. Nades coming, left back and center. But somehow S-Power has been revived. And that's good.
Absolutely. VXT playing it as tactical as possible. But VXT also need to watch their backlines, as you correctly pointed out. LIKHITA Esports, they are also waiting for an opportunity, because only one player amongst them all is inside the circle, and he's got a really strong footing. But what LIKHITA needs right now is some amount of finishes in their favor. They've just got 4 so far, and this is for the first time I'm able to see that the complete squad is still intact with stage 5 to occur in any map throughout this LCQ.
But there's only one team who has like double-digit finishes, and they're looking strong so far. At the compound as well. Somraj, good shots taken left, back and center. I don't think so. That was a really good call to head inside the vicinity, and that one mistake has created a lot of chaos. Somraj having eyes all the corners, and he's taking all the teams one by one. First, NRIs, and now LIKHITA Esports. They're already down a man, and they need to respond to that as soon as possible. That's a cry of help. S-Power on the other end, he's the only single casualty the second time, and it is 8-bit in the vicinity as well. Oh my goodness.
Now VXT, the more they're going to shoot at different teams, the more enemies they're going to make, as they'll have to make it inside the circle. Blitz on the other side, now completely concentrating towards the side of Forever, who's been really good so far. And they've got no finishes, and they're dire need of it. Look at that grenade, almost flying over the heads of Tokyo, missing it by a tad bit mile. Whereas on the other side, LIKHITA, they would want to make it inside the circle. They do understand that, VXT is just going to make them pay if they do so. But the cover fire and the crossfire and the flank angles, everything seems to be going their favor.
Troy knows that the opponents are right in front, and LIKHITA Esports is one of the teams that they need to nullify at this point of time. If they don't do that, then the entire part of them heading towards the circle will be very tough. It's going to be an ordeal. Gojo on the other end misses his shots, but his teammate, he was there to save the day. The entire team, I believe they've already wiped clean Venom Gaming. They could not do much there. The entire compound was there in the vicinity, but wait a second, there's one player who's still surviving by a single thread. Troy, yet again, eyes on the prize. He spots a player, takes him down instantly, and there goes LIKHITA Esports, that four-man squad which was heading forward towards the circle. One by one, they're being obliterated into bits and pieces as Kyoya is also knocked down.
Look at this grenade coming in from the side of Pukar. It does connect against the side of VXT, Troy. But LIKHITA, they need to be careful, because aimbot, another grenade is going to be connected against them. Now all of a sudden, they're looking way too handicapped. Vizgod from the other side is inching in closer with that dog. He knows that its situation is being going against the side of LIKHITA Esports. Can he dominate? Can he make sure that he brings in a difference? As Fierce will be stepping in forward to put up a grenade. Does connect against the side of Vizgod, but he's not done much of a damage. A divided attention coming in from the side of LIKHITA Esports, whereas AimGod at the epidome of this building. He's got the bird's eye view throughout. He can see from different corners. And look at how OGs are playing it. Aru concentrating on one team in one corner. Vizgod concentrating on another in another corner.
That's the kind of divided attention that they have. And they're getting all the insights as well onto how the rotations are coming in from the other teams. Blitz, Rambo still surviving. He's alive and kicking for now. But what can he do for the entire team? 7 finishes strong is what the team looks like. And Rambo, the last hope, does spot Mr. Pineapple. But Pineapple, does he know that the opponent is right in front? No, he doesn't. There comes a knock. Can be a complete finish as well. Unless the team thinks about going ahead and giving a solid cover. But the cover is not going to be coming this soon. The players thought that they were being smart out there, but it's Rambo, the smart lad, who goes ahead and finishes the entire bit of IQOO 8-bit. And now comes apart the bird eye view. Server, this is constantly annihilating every single one of them who's trying to peek the horizon and know what's going on beyond.
Rivalry and RI are now in a position which was being held by the side of Venom Gaming. LIKHITA Esports try to get in closer, due to which they also get taken down. Fierce, the last man standing yet again for the side of LIKHITA Esports, with a lot of responsibility over his shoulder. But what he has to do right now is hide from all the other crosshairs, which is going to be tossed in towards him. Gojo, he has done the phenomenal before. He's trying to do his best, very low on HP, still boosted. Looks out for his teammates. Somraj from a distance is trying to do his best, but I don't think so he's going to connect any kind of charge. But Sarwar is going to do the damage against the side of AKOP. And look at the amount of fights Rivalry and are in right now. It's going to be the revival coming in from the side of VXT in one corner. LIKHITA Esports on the other side is trying to heal himself. That's going to be Fierce. As Shadow inside this shack is trying to welcome him with a pour of bullets. Somehow Fierce tries to come in and eventually gets decimated. As Rivalry and RI still the favorites to get the chicken dinner in this lobby.
Fierce, he's going to be kicking the bucket and thinking that one mistake is what he made, and that costed him a lot. But other than that, it's a really good spree of events for multiple teams to go ahead and get those finishes over the shotgun. Equally good. And VXC is still surviving the wrath of every single opponent out there. Somraj, the last man standing, the IGL. And he's just calculating every single move from the opponent's side. 3 teams remaining. IQOO, Orangutan, NRIs alongside VXT's one solo survivor. It's anyone's game from here on, but the height advantage is still upon for the likes of RIVALRYXNRI. This might be that one straw which will give them the perfect opportunity, but no! IQOO Orangutan! One man who dared to peek the door got completely decimated. AKOP and Aru, all the weights on their shoulder, as the other one from the likes of RIVALRYXNRI, he's going for the heel battle.
No, that's not the case. He's going in for a 1v1 against the side of Aru. He was hit with the Molotov, but I don't think so. It's going to be easy. But ultimately, the IGL stands supreme, and the OGs are just going to be coming into this game yet again. Have they done enough to make a difference in the overall standing? And let me remind you, OGs were one other team who were in the very bottom of the overall standing. What a game it is turning out to be, ladies and gentlemen, because OGs, that's the least expected team to get that chicken dinner in that map, because they were coming in late and we really thought that they might get decimated by the teams holding the epicenter. But it was a different story altogether, all thanks to all these teams in the center who were busy trying to take out one another, and that paved a path for OGs to pick up that chicken dinner.
Exactly, it was really surprising how things have turned around. There has been switch of events, and with that, IQOO Orangutan, they might still stand a chance of being in the top 8. We are not aware of the entire point standings, how or on which position is IQOO Orangutan right now or where there, but I feel like every win is gonna count in, and as we already had an idea that every team out there till the 14th or 15th spot is around the score of hundreds and all, so we can get an idea in the top 8. It's really tough. If you have scored more than 135 or 140, you should be good enough or safe enough to be in the top 8 and qualify. If you haven't, then that might just raise some concerns. While the teams, they're prepping themselves up of what is going to come up next, we also have a lot more teams performing in this map of Miramar. You talk about LIKHITA Esports, they've got 4 finishes, and that too they have finished in the 5th spot, which will also grant them a lot of placement points, at least more than one, which is again going to be helpful for them to maybe dethrone some of the teams on the top.
Now, since the production has been very shrewd on us for not showing the overall standing so far, I'm still trying to do the math myself, because the top 8 teams, previously the cutoff did fall somewhere around the 130, 135 marker. If we continue to, replicate the same thing for the last chance qualifiers, I do believe that many teams will have to work way too harder for it. But yes, this is the moment where Somraj also had an opportunity to grab away the chicken dinner, but a valiant effort coming in from the side of Soham, which did, crave a path for the side of Sarwar to get in closer. As soon as he took down AKOP with the proper jiggling, I was expecting him to come in through the doors itself, but ultimately trying to get into the house, he made a small mistake, due to which the team did lose out on that chicken dinner.
Even when you talk about this position, every time they had a good position, they tried to kind of utilize it to its fullest, but it was not that easy for even RIVALRYXNRI to kind of pull everything through. Even though when we just talk about Venom Gaming, the kind of efforts that they put in, Aimbot, the way he was holding on to that one rooftop for such a long time and getting so many finishes. Just imagine Venom Gaming, so much aggression within them, but one thing that I really believe that they need to change their approach when it comes down to the games. They need to be really strategical in terms of choosing their drop location, because I feel like so far Venom Gaming is the only team who has drop clashes in every other match that they play almost.
Yeah, and look at what has done to them, because they have done this throughout the tournament. In the overall standing, they're facing such a big obstacle right now that they can't even qualify into the grand finals. Even if they have to qualify, they have to bring in a tremendous game, a miraculous one, to something like a 25 finish chicken dinner or something like that. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be also talking about the possibilities of other team who might get their grand finals ticket right across on the other side of the break. See you guys there, but before that, make sure you share it among your friends. 850k is all in your hands.
After a short break, we are back with the Skyesports Championship 2025, and right now it remains only one match in the LCQ playoffs to determine the bottom and the last set of 8 teams, those who will advance to the grand finals of this event. But before that, we have a lot more discussion about the previous match as well.
I mean, the top 8 teams for sure, yes. The bottom 8 teams, they're just gonna bite their teeth and they're gonna bite their tongue and they're gonna be like, we should have done this a little bit earlier, we should have done this a little bit better. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching, if you're not able to catch up to the energy, I guess it's time for you guys to grab a Red Bull, because this drink does give you some wings.
Exactly, but even when you just talk about the kind of discussion, so again, going back to what happened in the map of Miramar, some really aggressive performance coming up from the side of team Venom, but I feel like it's just way too late. It's just way too late for them to pop off and maybe even have a shot for the qualification.
Now, have we spoken too early? Because let me tell you, in case they have touched the 100 marker, just in case they have touched the 100 marker, and we have been speaking about the cutoff somewhere reaching at the 130-135 spot, they need a 35 pointer to qualify in the top 8. And that is still a possibility, but I'm not sure whether they've hit the 100 marker, because my math has not been mathing lately, if that is what, if that makes sense. But still, we have seen that original gangsters are also trying to do their best. XSPARK is doing their best. Godlike, even though they're trying to do something different, they've been failing every now and then. You've got the side of Genesis, who are trying to maintain that spot in the top 8. You've got the side of Forever, who did step it up, who did get into the top 8, and it seems like they've been slipping and not finding the right kind of a rhythm to get the right music out.
Exactly, and it has always been about the consistent performance, right? We were talking about it for such a long time that you need to come up with some consistent performance. That's the only key for you to qualify. When it comes down to all the rounds where you require to be in the top 8, top 6 or like that, you need to be consistent with every other match. You don't need to win. You don't need to get chicken dinners in all the games, but you need to at least back up like 5 to 6 points on an average. We have spoken this earlier itself in the day number 1 of LCQ playoffs when we just kick-started it, and right now even the final day, even in before the final match, we are mentioning it. But so far the deed is done. Almost like 23 matches have been concluded. It all comes down to that one last match of Erangel, and there are at least 6 to 7 teams competing for the top 8 spot, out of which we might say that the at least 1 or 2 teams have kind of solidified their spot, but still the other 6 spots are yet to be earned and collected.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But let me remind you guys one thing. Godlike have still got an opportunity. Orangutan have still got an opportunity. LIKHITA esports have still got an opportunity. Genesis have still got an opportunity. Now, with a little bit of a mathing which I was able to do, let me tell you guys that things are looking way too close than we expect it to be. The 8th spot, the difference between the 8th spot to the 16th spot is just 15 to 17 points. I repeat, from the 8th spot to the 15th or 16th point, the difference is just 15 to 18, and that makes things so much more interesting. And let us see whether the fan favorite team, the most fan favorite team as of now, the Godlike in the bottom 8, can they make a comeback of the century?
Exactly, they have been dwindling down, and the couple of matches that they've played, even last 3 matches, they only have like 6 points in total, 6 to 7 points at max, and that is where the concerns have risen. Like, if you talk about the first match, it was good. The second match, it was decent, but from the map of Sanhok. Then the Erangel came in, then the Miramar, 3 back-to-back matches, 3 back-to-back setbacks, and it did not work out well. And when we mentioned just by the start of the day that every match is going to count in, you need to perform to your fullest in order to qualify, and from there, not able to perform, not able to score points is where I feel they have lagged. But also talking about IQOO Orangutan, they have backed up a chicken dinner, which once again will be helping them maybe climb up at least 1 or 2 positions in the overall standings.
Orangutan, what a moment for them to establish in the map of Miramar. What a timing for them to start making a comeback into this last chance qualifiers. I know it's the last bit of the tournament, but I feel it's never too late for anybody to give their 100%. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the teams on the top, like God's Reign, Alibaba Raiders, For Miracle, Blitz, these were the teams which we last witnessed at the top of the table. And I do believe with most of these teams finding an average of 5, they're still gonna look strong at the very tippity top of this overall standing. But for the teams in the middle frame, IQOOSOUL, even they have done really good job, because we have been seeing them not having such a great day yesterday. The day before yesterday was kind of decent for them, but today is turning out to be way better, because they've got 2 chicken dinners and they might end up sealing a deal with another chicken dinner in the map of Erangel.
So if IQOOSOUL takes a win, it will be a big opportunity for a lot of teams in the bottom. Yes, the top teams are performing, but yeah, you know, there is always 2 sides of a single coin. If IQOOSOUL performs well and the bottom teams, they might have a chance that, okay, the cutoff might be less and we can still qualify. But just imagine IQOOSOUL going all bonkers and eliminating almost every other team who's sitting in the bottom 8. That is a nightmare that they won't like to have.
I mean, you speak about nightmares, I would say it's an impossible task for IQOOSOUL to do so, because all the teams in the bottom, mindset is going to be very, very clear. It's all about you trying to play as if you have nothing to lose, convert knocks into finishes immediately. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the last map of this last chance qualifiers, a flight path which every single team will be keeping an eye on. And with the flight, in the flight with me is going to be a switcheroo yet again, because I'm going to have Ozora back. I know you can feel the intensity, my friend. The
Yes.
flight path starting all the way from Quarry, ending towards that 70 region. This time around, teams who are heading towards the eastern side of the map, they're going to be challenged, they're going to be questioned, and they're going to be pestered in case they do small mistakes.
Exactly. Yasnaya Polyana being one of the prime spots, people love to head there. Pachinki, School, Razok, Shooting Range, Severny, all of these areas are absolutely out there. You can go ahead, get your drop clashes as well, but heading towards Lipovka, towards Milta Power, that's going to be troublesome. Get your cars, reach there. But ultimately, it's not about reaching towards which destination you want to be. It's about reaching towards the top 8. That's the final question out here that needs to be answered. But the cutoff place is one of the things that you were talking about earlier, right, Arka, alongside Necros, that the cutoff can be somewhere around 135, 140. I believe it's going to be there in that ballpark number itself. But teams need to go ahead and have a really, really good time out there and just shine till the very end.
The team to attain a chicken dinner in this map is gonna write history. The team to attain chicken dinner in this map is either gonna qualify or write, a story for the other teams, whether they're gonna make it into the top 8 or not. But for now, looking at the flight path, I'm just losing my words, my friend. Look at that. OGs, who always tend to go towards the Milta region, have gone in towards the Razok region, and each and every player have a vehicle to work with. So I wonder what they're trying to do. Because as we've already told before in this meta, if the circle happens over the flight path, the chances of the final circle happening is way too close. And LIKHITA Esports this time is going to be the epicenter and a great opportunity for them. But look at this. IQOOSOUL is getting into contention with that of BLITZ.
Good initiation already right in front. Goblin. Lovely peek. The pump action always works. DBS double shots, but no, at the end of the day, when the dust settles, things are always going to dwindle down. How well can they go ahead and approach this now? Wrap around things with a couple of players still coming in. Knuckle right behind there. And Dronza, he is aware of all of the shenanigans coming from IQOOSOUL.
The ruckus which IQOOSOUL just made, I do believe was a small gift given to OG. One finish was stolen. Goblin's valiant effort, what a connection that was with that jump. And then ultimately the DBS, it couldn't find, that player right behind the compound. All he had to do was probably change that position and then try to take the fight. But nevertheless, Goblin does leave a mark in the map of Erangel. A good start for the side of BLITZ.
A very good start indeed. Having all the 4 players alive and kicking. For now, they just have to do is heal. Sorry, Tokyo is already long gone. But Rambo, he just needs to stay alive till the very end. Both the ends, there's 1-1 casualty, which is a really okay sign. Not the best out there, but 4 miracles. They're also onto a different start. Oh my goodness. LIKHITA, they had the center of attention. They had the center of the entire circle, but all of a sudden, it feels like it's a tough time for them to survive, let alone live.
LIKHITA Esports underestimating the lobby is costing them a lot of points. Mark my words when I say this. They might end up not making into the top 8 in case they don't get this chicken dinner. And guess what? They went in for a large split towards that Gatka region, especially on the last map of this Erangel, where teams tend to stay as close to
What were you
as possible.
thinking?
This is where Blitz and Assault is going to be poured upon them. It's going to be easy wipe, the last man standing, and I don't think so OGs will have any kind of problem by putting an end for the side of Blitz. Look at that AKOP. After putting down 3 players, he was waiting for an opportunity to strike, and he pulled off a 1v4 against the side of Blitz, and the man, the myth, the legend, is now stepping up to show why he's one of the most consistent player for the side of OG, why he's one of the consistent player when it comes to grabbing MVP titles in every tournament he plays.
I mean, usually whenever I see Orangutan heading towards the Razak region, I feel that they're always in for a treat. They keep raising the bars, getting those finish points. But whenever they choose to head towards Milta or Milta Power, it just feels like they're just going towards a backstep. Now they've already come towards the front foot, and this just means one thing, that they are here to get more finish points. And 4 is already there onto their name without losing any person from their team. So Orangutan, it's a really good start. I'm just hoping that they can continue this entire mayhem till the very end, and they also might have that chance to secure the spot towards the top 8.
Oh, Zora, I just realized something, my friend.
tell
Orangutan
me.
had got 2 chicken dinners, right? Until now. In case there's a tie at the 8th position, I believe Orangutan might be walking away with that position, all thanks to the 2 chicken dinners they already have for themselves. In case there's a tie for the chicken dinners as well, I do believe after that we're going to be looking at the
Position.
highest finish points, and then comes the position points. Either of these two. In any given point of time, I still feel Orangutan is doing better than the rest of the teams. And trying to be there at the 8th spot with Orangutan in contingency with you guys will be the last thing each and every team would want for themselves. Stolba completely empty as Godlike goes in for a late rotation, and they're at the eastern end of the map at Kameshki.
Multiple teams have already understood their assignment. They are currently being the chill guys out there. God's Reign don't have anything to do with this. They're going to be chilling in the separate island. Nobody to go ahead and rattle their cages. And they're just having a ball of a time in military base. Talking about AR and OG, which is original gangsters. I mean, usually whenever we see them, they go ham and ham against each other. But this time, they have just taken every single thing. They buried the hatchet. They're like, you know what? You go separate ways. We're going to go separate ways. And we're going to see whether our fates are going to meet or not. And that's one of the parts where I'm worried about. Because every single time I see both of them fight, it's one-on-one. It's one-on-one, and nobody wants to interfere in them. Like, absolutely no one. Third parties, yes, but it's later on, once one team is already dominating the other one. So, hoping that this time we're going to see that fight coming in real soon. I'm missing it, to be honest. But other than that, it's a really nice looting simulation for the likes of God's Reign. The entirety of the Southern Island to them, and they're just having a ball.
God's Reign. Again, they to come into this lobby with just 3 men. The IGL again setting it out to enjoy what these 3 assaulters are capable of. Man, I love the confidence of this team. Right to the epicenter of the circle, we're able to see a splash of colors because everybody are starting to prioritize the circle. But I would like to say this to you, Azora.
Yeah.
When maps like this occur, when there's more than one team looking forward for qualification, the team to come in with a late rotation, making sure they pick up frags as they make it inside the circle, are the teams to stand out victorious and getting that spot into the grand finals. There's an opportunity for the teams outside of the circle. I see Revenant XSPARK, I see AR, Alibaba Raiders, I see Godlike, I see Rivalry. Now, will these teams also do the same?
Well, I hope they can do it. But there's this one player who had the audacity to go ahead and have the zoomies. S-Power. Just casually droning out the entire location of the enemy team, and he's going to relay to the entire team of his own. And from there on, they're going to have that perfect attack strategy coming in from Samraj. And it's going to be a very valiant effort as well. Right now, if I look at the current standing or current situation, which I've tabulated in my own head, it seems like Versatile is there towards the top 8. I believe they might be there towards the top 8. But in order to keep that entire position secured and sealed up, they need to have more finishes, Arka.
I beg to differ on this one. I would rather say that VXT might need 4 to 5 points just in case, so that they don't trip down towards that 9th spot. But yes, they've done the hard work from the get-go. Somraj has been clever enough to not take those risks at the final moments of this game. He's concentrate on getting those finishes when possible, even though they lack the chicken dinners, which eventually all the teams have prioritized so far. Because as far as what I know, if I consider that VXT is in the top 10 teams, they might be the only team without a chicken dinner.
They might very well be. Rotations being called in. Late rotation coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. They're still chilling in the blue zone. Later on, gonna be planning on to heading towards Rozhok area or even towards the eastern side of the circle. Can be either of the situation. God's Reign, they're slowly marking their territory. They're slowly coming in. Oh, drifts all across. All right, Delta PG. I see you. My man's doing casually a burnout on the bridge, knowing that there's no one who's out there to gatekeep them.
Now, this is what happens when you do the hard work. You reap benefits at the end of it all. And all you're going to do at that point of time is not have pressures over your shoulder. You're just going to enjoy the game as it's going to happen. And with no pressure, you're going to also perform better. So LIKHITA Esports under immense pressure right now in the Gatka region. And every single time I've seen that LIKHITA today, they've faced the wrath of 4 miracles in more than one map. And they've been eliminated by 4 miracles in more than one map.
IQOO, Orangutan. Good start already, and now eyes on the prize. Which team is it going to be next? Scouting, as we can see AKOP checking every single nook and cranny in order to see at least a player or two, and then later on redirect the entire team that, you know what, let's head here and take the fight. As for now, we are the apes. We're pounding our chests and getting the entire situation done right dusted, but OG, Original Gangsters, they're in a deep trouble. One player already knocked, and Shadow, he's rounding up the entire area alongside Banana. I've seen this kind of situation come upon the likes of Original Gangsters, but this time it looks like a different situation altogether. Fitzgerald, he has the DBS in his hand, but he flickers, and at one point of time, the moment he thinks that, you know what, let me go towards the other direction, there goes the entire team in shambles. Original Gangsters eliminated from the final map of this entire tournament. I don't know whether they have made the cut or not.
Venom Gaming, they're also on the broth. They're also on the verge of extinction because Genesis is making them pay. Zyrax down on his knees, Alto barely breathing over here with just a few of HP left out. He's going to be hiding from a distance. I know that he can't take any more risks of coming out in the open to pick up frags. Zyrax on the other side, I think he's bleeded out. And due to which,
he's hiding.
It becomes harder. Zyrax, finally Sam gets that confirmation. Genesis, they're going in for a revival. Oh, Venom comes in from the backlines, misses a lot of shots, but ultimately was able to connect. Put Sam down and under. Whereas on the other side, Shadow Napolo just watching this happen as Altu. He comes in from the other side, he tosses a grenade. Dust benefits out of it, and with nothing to do, Altu puts the final nail in the coffin as well. And what a gameplay coming in yet again from these young lads. Venom Gaming, what a game it is turning out to be for these people yet again.
It's absolutely lovely, but now is the time for the third party to come in as well. IQOO Orangutan, they are just right across the vicinity, knowing that the entire commotion has taken place. They're inside the circle, but now they're going to be choosing a different route altogether. And that's a really wise choice coming from their end. What a lovely execution. Sheer discipline and display of immense firepower.
Sure, display of talent as well, my friend, because I've been telling, evading from a fight doesn't mean that you're scared. It just means that you're re-strategizing. With Zyrax trying to keep Sam's, attention towards him, that is when Altu falls back, heals himself, tosses one grenade, and deploys an assault which Genesis are going to remember for a really long time. Gokul on the other side. It's already made IQOO REVENANT XSPARK take. Shots coming in from the side of Knuckle. The Batman! It seems like it can take a player down, but eventually gets taken down. A backup is required from the side of IQOOSOUL. Is it gonna come? It seems like it is. What a shift in the seat and a shot connecting! Oh my goodness, Manya! What a shot that was! And Apple is going to be pushing in the IGL. He's trying to put up a stun grenade. Comes out in the
One
open.
HP.
Make sure he lands the final nail in the coffin. And what a game it is turning out to be for the side of IQOOSOUL. What a game it is turning out to be for the fans of IQOOSOUL. Oh my goodness. Manya. I
This is
never
the second
expected
time.
this lad to change that seat and strike mid-air against a player.
My goodness. The Thunder did come in at the right time, at the right spot, and this is the second time he has done this. It felt like a Rohit Shetty movie. All of a sudden, he's like in the sky, changing the seat, taking those shots, and my oh my. What a lovely display, man. What a lovely display. Still having the fight in within this team. 3 players still remain. Knuckle, he was knocked, but now he's all revived, rejuvenated, happy, healthy. And now comes the question, how teams are going to go ahead and approach this. We thought it's going to be a very neat execution from all the ends, very surgical. It's going to be as quickly as possible, but no. Teams are taking their own sweet time in order to get those finish points alongside the drops as well. I can see one landing right about now, and Apple, he feels like he wants to get those upgrades.
Godlike now got their eyes set on the side of GDR. Will they look forward for a strike? I believe that's going to be a very, very tough question to answer because Punk, he needs to get away from this position. They need to have all 4 men standing in the final circle. They can't have a casualty as of now. And no wonder they're trying to save their IGL Punk. They need that brain in the game. And the best part is Punk himself is a beautiful frontline assaulter. Given an opportunity, he can convert games. He can convert fights. Godlike. Playing it as safe as possible.
Very safe so far. Calling in the right amount of rotations. Not taking a toll on the current situations. Whatever is going on, they are untethered. They're unhinged right now. Pochinki can be one of the spots where teams can head towards and have the edge of the circle, but unfortunately, if you want to have the edge, you need to fight against Alibaba Raiders, and this has been one team who have been so confident whenever it comes to the assault or the front line or the line of defense. Every single thing has been really good from their end. This is one of the places where the battle is going on towards the trenches. And forever, Beast, he's being flushed out left, back, and center. The amount of nades he's been bombarded upon. LIKHITA Esports, they're like, you cannot get this spot. It's ours, and we claim it again and again.
Now look at this. LIKHITA Esports. They've got 4 miracles yet again as a big problem in front of them. Pukhar, he's got that deadly MG3. And he can put it to good use if you ask me.
Always.
And both all the 3 players from the side of LIKHITA Esports have got really good hard cover. They shouldn't find themselves under any grenade. They shouldn't find themselves kneeling in front of the opponents. In case they do so, then the opponents are just going to blindly rush at them. 4 Miracle.
4 miracles.
Trying to do their best to rush in over here. Whereas after losing Kyoya, it seems like LIKHITA Esports have got some sense kicked into themselves.
Yeah, there was a very early casualty right across that corner. Fierce. Look at the Molotov being spread right across, but they're still intact. They're safe for now. Pukar, that was a very risky move. There comes a nade. Thanks to the information known onto where the opponents are currently. 4 Miracles yet again zoning in towards this one trench in order to take down LIKHITA Esports. And the spread is so good. They're not going ahead and immediately calling in all the 4 players for this battle. Couple of them are waiting on the hindsight to see what's happening. And if they see a player flanking across the 4 Miracle squad, they will themselves shut them down. It's a really good strategy if you ask me. But how well can they execute it is the question now.
You know, the second Pukar is on the other side of this trench. He needs to be careful. Because in case he gets taken down, again, the pressure is going to mount on his teammates. Whereas on the other side, a blessing in disguise comes into their favor. LIKHITA Esports is able to register a knock against the side of BLITZ. All thanks to Team Forever, who did do the damage against them. Poco trying to evade from this fight is also going to be shot at. And this time it's going to be the side of GDR who have taken that privilege to put them down.
Phoenix knocked. LIKHITA Esports rushing forward, but there's one man who's holding the entire side down.
Oh, nice.
But unfortunately, he's going to be taken down as well. LIKHITA Esports looking very confident right now, having 5 finishes in their pocket. Now the entire loot to just go ahead and repair themselves, mend what happened right here. Specifically when I talk about 4 Miracles, their entire execution went thin. But this is one of the places where you can see yet another battle coming in. Alibaba Raiders, good for 1, and AKOP just waiting right around the corner, DPS in hand. This might be a deadly situation. AKOP, you gotta be on point, you gotta know what's happening right now. Still the chase is on.
Chase is on for sure. A 1v1 to write the fate for their own teams. Both these assaulters have been questioned with a 1v1 battle. It's going to be Marnox now outside with AKOP inside. Marnox trying to fall back. He's going to be shot at from a different directions altogether. He goes in for a revival against Eggy, one of the strongest assaulters from their team as well. But
what are you
AKOP,
doing?
this grenade is going to be very crucial. Are you going to toss it in time? It seems like he is going to toss it. Does he get some benefits out of it? Yes, he does. Marnox very low on HP. Finally heals himself. Again turns out to be a 1v1 battle. AKOP very, very close, trying to do his best to register the shot. He's been left out with 1 HP and again runs away from this position. But Godlike from far away, they put an end for the side of Godlike, and the dreams are going to be shambled. Godlike, waiting for an opportunity like this, is now rushing in. Punk is going to be leading the fight. It's going to be Alibaba Raiders. They have to be prepared for what's happening next with them.
I don't think so. They are. Marnox being the last man standing. He's burning down to crisp. And there goes the entire team as well. That one Molotov has shut down the entire hopes of going ahead and at least reaching towards the top spots from the likes of Alibaba Raiders. But what a valiant effort coming in from IQOO Orangutan. Till the very end, they fought tooth and nail. But unfortunately, the third party was just impeccable.
Speak about impeccable things. I do believe that I can see another spray coming in from the side of Delta PG, which could have got a knock in case he was a bit more persistent. I now strongly feel that there's going to be a calm before the storm, and this is what I was speaking about. Somraj is just going to add in and make sure that GDR is going to be rewarded with 1 knock and a finish. Somehow he tries to save himself, trying to be inside the shack, but I don't think so. That's going to give his teammates any kind of independence to get in closer to him. There's more than one crosshair right now. Is going to be concentrating on that small shack.
Last man standing. Shots fired. Apple. My goodness. What's he doing? He's decimating people with a 4x and he's just keeping at it. Knows that the rotation has been called in. 4 Miracles, they're running forward to get their 1 finish point. That's one of the things that they need so direly. Specifically when we spoke about the trenches fight and losing one of the players right off the bat. Beard Baba. And now they're just going ahead and trying to make things easy for them.
Now it all comes down to the final few standing teams. Ladies and gentlemen, please do let us know, what do you feel? Can Hero Extreme Godlike make it into the top 8? Will IQOOSOUL grab away the chicken dinner and be the team, the reason for Godlike to get eliminated? Whereas on the other side, We have still got the side of IQOO 8-bit trying to fight it, trying to survive for the longest time possible so that they can also get qualified into the top 8. Manya, down on his knees, is eventually going to be confirmed. All thanks to Rivalry NRI, was showing some really good resilience against the side of IQOOSOUL.
The firepower was really good. Unfortunately, IQOOSOUL, a couple of players remaining, Gokul alongside Nakul. And both of them fighting it out till the very end. Control needs to be established yet again. The trenches are not going to give you the right kind of information. Wherever you peek out, you're going to be shot from multiple directions as teams are slowly making their way towards the circle. I can see one entire team just sitting out there knowing that it's all nice and dandy for them. And it is IQOO 8-bit. Comfortable at the dead center of the map. And the others, they have to go ahead and walk the longest mile in order to reach in.
Rivalry NRI, VXT, 8-bit. These are the teams who need to perform, who need to survive to be there in the top 5, and then and only then will they have a chance to make it into the top 8. VXT have started to come in to show their true colors, where IQOOSOUL, they've been pestered upon from different directions, but Nakul is able to hide himself. He sees a player right in front of him, and 4 Miracles had no idea there was a slithering snake who did strike to take down the side of 4 Miracles, and they've done a decent job in doing so. 4 Miracles gets eliminated with just a few teams left out in the lobby right now. Let me tell you, GODLIKE, they're still alive. They're kicking. They've got 3 players. We have got the side of VXT who just got eliminated. With VXT out of the picture, more than one spot right now is available in the top 8.
Oh, but look at the best part. IQOO 8-bit, 4 different compounds held by 4 different players. A lot of insight, a lot of room for them to go ahead and have the wiggle room as well. It all depends upon the final circle. Once they get to know that, then they can easily go ahead and zero into that prime location. But finally, Thunder, he has left the entire watchtower and he's like, you know what, let me just go ahead and help my teammate out and get those shots accomplished onto all the players who are thinking to enter towards the circle. And I know for a fact that Punk is under the radar.
Oh my goodness. Things are looking so different all of a sudden. The overall standing, it's still a big question mark. All these teams do understand the reason why they're trying to survive for the longest time is because they want to make sure that they attain that chicken dinner. Admino, clever enough to put up some smoke so that he can make it into the circle. He's got to be shot at ruthlessly by the side of Rivalry NRI, and that's the opportunity which GODLIKE is going to take for themselves and get in closer. Punk gets taken down, but Johnny somehow gets into a hard cover. From here, he needs to be careful. He needs to take down the side of 8-bit, takes those shots through the window. The pressure is going to be built up against Bolte, but still Bolte was clever enough to put him down. Admino will now resort to the heel battle right outside of the circle. For how long can he survive? 3 finishes is what they've got. Admino slowly trying to make it inside the circle. Rivalry do have an idea that there's a player over here. 8-bit and Rivalry, both of these teams want to cement their spot as well. LIKHITA Esports, Fierce from outside of the circle, still trying to do his best. GODLIKE gets finished off, and that means LIKHITA Esports make it into the top 3 with 5 finishes and 5 position points already in their favor. Can he get some more? Can he make sure that Fierce writes history over here to get LIKHITA Esports into the top 8?
Still seems like an impossible task. Fierce, a lot of points right in front of him, but he needs to take them down one by one. But before all of that, Rivalry X NRI, they need to engage into a fearsome battle against 8-bit, and that's one of the things that Fierce is waiting for. Basking his eyes all on the prize, knows that Mafia is right in front, but he's not taking any shot whatsoever. All the weapons are there on his backpack. And he's playing it very smart. Shots fired. There's another knock coming through. Rivalry X NRI. They're not looking good. They're not standing true. There comes a nade, and one by one, the entire team is in shambles. What's going on? 8-bit. All of a sudden, they're on the front foot, just rushing forward, gushing down the throats of Rivalry X NRI. And look at the way he's just skedaddling through. No way. Right from the no. What? Why would he run away from that entire opportunity?
This is the time. This is the time Fierce was waiting for. Bolte, Beta Bolte, Ues has been doing really good in this game. They're going in for a revival. That could be a big mistake. Chandan comes in from the other side, does put up a grenade. I think Chandan has a vague idea that Fierce is still in the lobby. A grenade is going to be tossed in from the side of Pineapple. Might find some kind of a connection. As Chandan comes in from the other side, Fierce has got an opportunity to strike, and eventually there's another player who gets taken down. Fierce needs to be careful. Now obviously the cavalry is going to be pushing in towards him. Is he going to go in and take the fight? No, he's not. He's going to get taken down at the second spot with 5 finishes. It's going to be LIKHITA Esports walking away with 11 points. It's going to be 8-bit getting that chicken dinner, and they've also got around 10 finishes. That means they've got 20 points. Oh my goodness, Rivalry, they have also made it into the top 3. Godlike have made it into the top 4. The overall standing, I'm just waiting for it, Necros. And I know that you're also going to be just waiting to see which are the 8 teams who have made it through.
Oh my god, what an incredible game it was. I just couldn't control my anxiety out there. The way the fights were brewing up, the kind of play even HeroStream got, like, they were way too passive at one moment because it was like Punk was only opting for a chicken. It felt to me like that he wanted those 10 placement points, and he knew that if I aim for the 10 placement points, I'm definitely gonna get some more finishes throughout the way. And yeah, that was a good mindset. I have to appreciate it, but the kind of positioning, the kind of moves that he was up to, and the kind of positioning he was fell into was exactly not where Godlike wanted to end up. But eventually, what a play by IQOO 8-bit. The positioning, the finishes, everything was on point.
I'm waiting to see where teams have ended up themselves, because there were several teams who are looking forward to, get that chicken dinner. One amongst them was obviously RIVALRYNRI, as well as the side of 8-bit. 8-bit, they've showed some really good resilience. They've showed some really good gameplay out here. OS yet again proved to us why you need this OG in your team, and this was the moment he shined the most. He did not have a shotgun, but with a UMP taking down Johnny in a close range is no joke.
He had an M762 and a UMP, one of the most deadly combinations, and when it comes down to the close range battles. And once again, Oasis from that era when DBS and S12K never existed. It was all about playing with those M762 and the AKM and the M4s and Scarrels, and he have proven once again that even when it comes down to the duel of shotgun and the assault rifles, he can literally take down players with the ARs and the SMGs that he has. But keeping those things aside as well, as you have mentioned, it's all about the mathematics that we are trying to implement in our heads to find out the results, but it's really tough to break it down because almost every other team who had a chance, who had a shot for the top 8 spot, was surviving till the very top 5 spot in this very match of Erangel. So it is really tough for us to break it down, but eventually our production team is working hard behind the screens to just get the results right and make sure the calculations are right, because just imagine you've put your 100% best and with 1 or 2 points you don't qualify. Oh, that's gonna hurt so bad.
Now, I don't think so that's going to be the case. I think the difference between teams who have just qualified and the teams right below them, they might have a difference of more than 3 to 4 points. The reason being this: those teams who had to perform, who had to get an average throughout the day, have been successful in doing so. Whereas those teams who came under pressure, they did get eliminated. They did get, drastically taken down. And due to which the daunting efforts which we keep speaking about for the teams to have it for themselves, those teams are the teams who have made it through. Godlike, they did survive into the top 3. They needed a chicken dinner, but they had some finishes as well. So we'll have to wait and watch by how many points have they qualified, or have they not.
Yeah, they had 3 finishes. What I believe, for Godlike to qualify, or maybe to be on the safer side, they at least needed to had 7 to 8 finishes and a chicken in a game, maybe an 18-pointer game or something. Even if not a chicken, at least finishing in the podium is what they wanted. They were close enough, but the amount of finishes is not sufficient, is what I feel like. But well, we'll get to know it later down the line itself. But talking about the other teams, RIVALRYXNRI, they popped off, and they had the intentions clear. We need to survive. We need to get points. Same for LIKHITA Esports. The way Fierce was intact in his position, not even moving an inch. He was like, I'm going to wait till somebody spots me. I'm not even going to take a single shot until somebody spots me, because he knew how much every position point counts for them.
Oh, no matter how much I'm trying to do the math, I'm just going to fall into anxiety, because it all came down to that final game, because teams did not take it seriously at the beginning of the last chance qualifiers. I specifically refer this to GODLIKE. You did see them with lack of Admino, how much they were suffering. As soon as Admino came back, also it took him around a game or two to actually get into the crux of it. By then you saw that GODLIKE were already on the verge of getting eliminated, but still we'll be looking at the rest of the things. But for now, we'll be looking at the MVP of this game. Obviously it's got to be GDR. Justin was raining havoc from the high grounds of that Pochinki Hill, and the way he got that finishes as well against LIKHITA were far away near the shack. That was also pretty impressive.
Exactly. I mean, in total, if you kind of sum up the entire performance of God's Reign's performance, all the players, Delta, PG, Justin, they have put up so much efforts for them to be there in the overall standings and rising above. And this match as well, God's Reign walk away with 9 points, while IQOO 8-bit, they will be walking away with 20 points. And we have seen earlier how a 20-pointer game kind of puts the entire overall standings in a shake, and it turns it upside down. And this one definitely will be raising a lot of concerns to the teams in the mid. RIVALRYXNRI walking away with 8 points, Zero Extreme Godlike with 7, same for IQOOSOUL as well. Orangutan having 6 points, VXT with 5, Alibaba Raiders have 4. They should be really happy with the performance that they have already done. But right now it's going to be the time to reveal the overall standings, and we will have a look on the bottom 8 teams at first, in where you will see a lot of upsets. Team Genesis, LIKHITA Esports, 126 points on the board, and they're in the 9th and 10th position respectively, followed by Hero Extreme Godlike in 121.
A lot of disappointment is going to be, being witnessed by all the fans out there, because Hero Extreme Godlike getting taken down at the 11th position. A good effort came their way. Genesis, even though they had 2 chicken dinners, even though they were showing some really good, brilliant gameplay coming in the second day and the third day, they still fall short. And I wonder by how many points. Because LIKHITA, I felt like the small mistakes which they learned throughout this tournament, if they are able to overcome that, then they might be another star team in the making. But Forever Esports, a good effort from their side as well. They were looking really strong in the top 8, and continuously we saw them fail matches after matches, due to which they get taken out. But ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna witness the next 8 teams who are gonna be heading into the grand finals of Sky Championship 2025. At the 8th position is gonna be VXT with 137 points. Right above them is RIVALRYXNRI with 140 points. BLITZ, Team 8-bit, IQOOSOUL very close to one another with 146, 147 and 150 points respectively. Standing atop of all these teams are the 3 big names. Let me tell you, these 3 teams played as if they have nothing to lose in every single game, and no wonder they placed themselves in the top 3. God's Reign at the very tippity top with 200 points in their pocket, 122 finishes. The gods are here. The gods are here to reign supreme.
Look at them, the highest amount of finishes so far by any other team. And probably, as far as I remember, God's Reign will be the only team to touch 200 marker, comparing to the upper bracket games and the LCQ qualifiers.
Yeah.
So now we can just have an idea that God's Reign, they're all set, they're all prepped up for the grand finals alongside Alibaba Raiders. While we talk about the performance dip, there has been a dip in performance for Team Versatile. They don't have a single chicken dinner to work out with, but even when you just talk about it, just being a little bit consistent, just performing better in the early games in the LCQ playoffs, they have done a sufficient job in placing themselves in the top 8. But talking about the top 5 fraggers, IQOO 8-bit Cheyenne will be on top with 43 finishes all by himself.
IQOO 8-bit, they'll have to thank themselves. They have to thank the big brain who bought in Cheyenne at the last moment before the tournament started, due to which, they have made it into the grand finals. Justin coming back into the form with Delta PG. This is going to be the moment Destro is going to be cherishing. This is why he kept on backing these two players, and they've proven why. We have got the ride of RNTX Banana, who did show us a lot of brilliance throughout the tournament, but JD slowly making it into the top 3. A very proud moment for the side of Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, definitely. Alibaba Raiders will be happy. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, Banana. I still feel like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they had probably the highest amount of finishes again in the bottom, being one of the teams of the bottom 8. But it's where the position points lied. The early games, they crumbled down every other match. It seemed to us that it was all about IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK just being those free finishes in the lobby. But we cannot say that, because every time you were seeing IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, one or the other way, they were facing those drop clashes, and we know how those early drop clashes has always hindered the games for the likes of VENOM Gaming, for the likes of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK.
Absolutely, and IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK are not gonna forget this pain which is given to them by the side of VENOM Gaming, and I hope to see that they find peace with each other in more tournaments in the future, because in case they continue to do the same thing what they've done over here, both these teams might end up not having a good run throughout the year of 2025. But this was the first game where we thought that GODLIKE could have got a really good start. It all ended up going in the hands of the opponents.
Exactly, even in this match, IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK's Shadow, the way he played the BGMI game, it opened new gates for the upcoming aspirants, that yes, even in these kind of situations, you have a shot, you have a chance of pulling up a great play. But like what we witnessed, it was a 1v1 duel between two Shadows, and the one of Genesis just prevailed on top with the kind of advantage that he had.
Absolutely, and then came the most crucial match of Sanhok, where we wanted every single team to perform the best. It was RIVALRYNRI who were being the most consistent team throughout the tournament, or at least the final day, where it was IQOOSOUL and them chiming it out. Even though LIKHITA was somewhere in the corners trying to come in and make sure they pick up a frag or two, it was IQOOSOUL who reap benefits of all the hard work they've done from the get-go.
Overall, we can say that God's Reign, IQOOSOUL, the way they have leveled up their performance, everybody will be happy around them. A lot of people have waited for Destro to again come back in the picture. IQOOSOUL, after so many ups and downs, finally they seem to be on the right track, and it's really great for the entire unit. But talking about the play that RIVALRYXNRI pulled off, and even when we talk about VENOM Gaming in this particular match, 11 or so many finishes, almost 13, 14 finishes that they accumulated, was so good to witness. But at the end, out of the picture, out of the syllabus came IQOO, Orangutan to keep their hopes alive. But by the end, just ask me what just happened. The final match of Erangel, it was just a roller coaster ride where IQOO 8-bit, they came out of the picture, they got all the finishes, and they qualified.
Absolutely, and this was the moment. At one point of time when the complete squad was looking a little weak, Fierce could have taken that opportunity to strike against them, especially the side of 8-bit. With two of their players showing their back towards Fierce, two of them could have knocked out and made it a 1v1 against themselves, and one from the side of 8-bit and one from the side of RIVALRYXNRI. But still, the deed is done. The story has an ending in which there are only few teams who are going to have a smile on their face, where the rest of them might walk away with their heads down. But that is not the end of the story for us, ladies and gentlemen, because we still do have a grand finals of 3 days of action. And let me tell you this, the finest amongst the countries have qualified to make sure that they bring in the A game game of BGMI. And with this, it's good for us to say that we also need a very, very bad rest, because today's day has been hectic for us. I know you guys have also enjoyed it. For those who are a true fan for your teams, do go let them know that you still stand beside them if they have qualified or not. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be saying goodbye. Necros, me from Arka, and Ozora. We're going to be meeting you guys day after tomorrow in the grand finals. Until then, take care. Bye-bye. You guys are watching Sky Championship 2025, and the grand finals is right around the corner.